everybody. Hi, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I am still fighting with the spike cam, trying to get it to work. I've got ChatGPT working on it, trying to help me troubleshoot some things. I don't know why. I do not know why it's not working. I am trying to figure it out. I have no idea. Wait, I might have it. Hang on a minute. He was up and ready to go. Up and ready to go. And Travis goes, go lay down. And he went back to his bed and went back to sleep. I said, Travis, no. No, he has to go in there. I have to take his bed. No, he went in there and laid down. So he went back to bed. Okay, now it's doing weird stuff. Because, like, I see myself and then it goes black. And I see myself and it goes black. For crying out loud. I guess we're just not going to have a spike cam anymore. Because I can't get my tech to work. Ugh. That makes me sad. Okay. Today we're starting. It's another old trial, but it's a recent old trial. And I know very little about this case. The reason I know anything about this case is because I was watching commentary about another trial, and I don't remember what trial it was, but the person that was commenting on the trial was actually this guy's lawyer. And this is how I knew. I don't know, should I tell you guys the verdict or should I wait? This is how I knew the verdict. I won't tell you what the verdict is, but this is how I knew the verdict. And from what little I know, I don't think I agree with the verdict. But I was going to watch some videos about him. You know, like the true crime videos that are made about the case, you know. But then I thought, no, let me wait and watch it with you guys and see, as the evidence unfolds, what I think. Because I'm not really sure that I think the jury got it right. But I've not seen all the evidence yet. So let's do this together and see what we think. Chow pew-pewed Cyrus Belton, 14-year-old, in the back after chasing him from his convenience store in Columbia, South Carolina, killing him, and he maintained he acted to defend his son, Andy. Now, didn't you say, Judy, at the end of the stream yesterday, I think I saw it as I was ending the stream, 130 yards? If you chase somebody 130 yards, tell me how that's self-defense. This is not the first incident Chow has had regarding pewing assault at people in or around his store. He has a history of pewing assaulting customers in at least 2 prior incidents. I don't think I go to that store anymore. He had a wall of shame hanging in his store of customers he suspected of theft. This trial was very controversial. Please refrain from any racist or bigoted comments. Thank you. Yes, any spoilers will be removed. Any racist comments will be removed. And if it continues, you will be timed out. That's not what we do on this channel. We are just watching a trial and looking at the factual evidence. Side note, the civil suit of Becky Hill by Murdoch has been dismissed by a federal judge. Yes! He does not need to be suing her. She was wrong. She was wrong. But he doesn't need to be suing her. What's he going to do with any money he sues her for? Give it to Buster? Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Nancy. Are you buffering, Nancy? Why are we buffering all of a sudden? You guys said you were buffering yesterday too. It's gotta be YouTube. I gotta figure out the spike cam. I don't know what happened. Hey, Paul! I was wondering where you were. I've been missing you, buddy. Okay, so I didn't get any funny clips or anything this morning because I was working on the spike cam. I was buffering. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you got Mickey. Yay. I've had so many people, like in chats and DMs and stuff, saying, thank you for my whatever. All those, do you guys remember my trial chat people, all those crochet things I was doing? Well, the meetup in Maryland, the Disney meetup that they had, and everybody got a stuffed Disney character, happened last weekend, I think. And so I've had people telling me about all their things that they got and how much they loved them, and and I'm debating whether or not I'm going to start again for the December meetup, but it's going to be more people at the December meetup, and I don't think I'm going to be able to make 100 of those things by December. Oh, I still need to finish that. I started him. What did I do with him? Gotta find. I have got a whole bag full of unfinished ones that that I started and for whatever reason got sidetracked and then had to start something else for somebody else, and so I've got him started. He's in that bag. He's got to be in that bag. 2 weekends ago. Okay. All my days are, I am so tired. All my days are just running together. And I talked to Pete the other night because he called me to thank me again. Like, he's called me twice now to thank me. And I told him that I just had to, I hadn't been in any of the Disney chats or anything lately because I just had to slow down. Because I'm so tired. I didn't realize how much 2 YouTube channels was gonna take out of me. But, anyway. I feel like I have a full-time job again. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Because everything looks fine on my end, and you guys are like, echo and buffering and all kinds of stuff, and it's fine on my end, and I can't fix anything for you guys. It makes me feel bad. Okay, so like I said, this guy shot no, I think that was Eeyore. So this guy shot a 14-year-old in the back because he thought he stole a bottle of water from his convenience store. That's really all I know about this case.
Requested that the deputy not be back there at all, but understanding that his court's concerns and the deputy's concerns, I think the compromise was that they put shackles on his legs, restricted his movement, and of course, if he does anything that creates any type of security concern, we can understand they'll have to remediate and put a deputy back. Our concern is having the deputy back directly behind him to influence the jury. And we discussed that with the solicitor. I think everybody is in agreement.
That'll be the plan moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
All right, first, before we get started, obviously there's a significant media presence here. I have instructed the media not to take any photos, videos, anything of that nature of the jury. I was informed that overnight there was some reporting about me having, or allegedly having the media removed from the jury proceedings. I guess the implication was that almost that they were taken out in cuffs, which certainly was not the case. I definitely wholeheartedly respect the media process and what they do, and certainly understand their constitutional right to be present in these proceedings. However, I have to weigh the privacy concerns of the jury panel during the selection process. That's why the media was excluded. And I'm just putting this on the record in case somebody wants to challenge my decision or anything of that nature. But it was solely for the privacy of the jury. We have a hard enough time selecting juries and getting jurors to show up. And they don't want to be on camera. They're not the star of any of these shows. And if they feel uncomfortable, they're asked a lot of personal questions.
Speaking of that, that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you. What is the difference between a peace officer, a bailiff, and a deputy? Because I always thought a bailiff was like an officer that's in the court. But now that I'm watching trials, they're like in full police gear. So are they policemen or deputies? Or do they only work in the court? Because like you used to be one that worked in the court, but you weren't a bailiff, you were a policeman, right? How does that work?
Solely to protect the privacy of the jury, which I had to balance against the constitutional right of the media to be present. So that was the reasoning. If anybody needs to challenge it, there are 5 folks down at the corner of Gervais and Sumter with roads much heavier than mine that can take care of it. So I didn't want to put that on the record before we got started.
And Your Honor, finally, just this AM, we comported with the reciprocal Rule 5. We gave the state our expert report. We were on the phone with them late last night, so as soon as it was completed, we got it. So there was no necessary delay. We got it when they had it this morning. I think we have now comported with all of our rules under reciprocals.
Okay.
Well, we got a cell phone extraction report. I understand there might be some other kind of report coming.
You'll
So
have
it's not completely compliant. Let me clarify. But we do
A cell phone extraction.
Okay.
Well, here's the best way to try it. We don't have anything that we have not given up as we have.
All right, anything else from the parties before we get started?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Driver.
No, you want to say, John?
Well, to start out today, in I guess not so good fashion, we are already missing a juror. So we will select an alternate. We selected 4. As you all know, we don't select the very first alternate that was chosen. It is by random selection. All clerk has folded up numbers. Yeah, so I will draw from those four pieces of paper, but it was juror number 9. She was the 12th juror selected in the panel. So I'm just going to pick one. Looks like juror number 259 will be the replacement. All right, any objections or problems with?
None on the stage.
Your Honor, I've discussed that with Mr. Chow, there are no objections, and explained to him the procedure, and it was done in accordance with the statute.
Okay, very good. All right, y'all ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
P, will you read the other?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have another question. We were watching the Alex Murdaugh trial. Alec Murdaugh, whatever his name is. And during the verdict, they had one of the deputies standing behind his son. Is that normal? Because I don't think I've ever seen them put a cop behind a family member. It was in South Carolina. I don't ever remember seeing them put a cop behind a family member during a verdict reading before. I kept saying, what do they think Buster's gonna do? Do they think he's gonna run up to his dad and try to drag him out when he finds out he's guilty? I was like, what in the world? But then someone, I think it was Judy, said, well, maybe because it's for his safety, because he's gonna be swamped by reporters and stuff like that. And I was like, I've never seen that before. I was like, why is there a deputy standing behind Buster? It was just bizarre to me. I think that guy right there, you guys can't see my cursor. This guy right here, the black guy at the defense table, I think that's the guy that I saw on that show, whatever it was. I wish I could remember what trial it was that he was talking about. But that's what got me interested in this case. And that guy, the bald guy right there, the balding guy right there, next to the guy with the gray hair, is the defendant. So, Nancy, this is Richard Chow, and it's out of South Carolina, so it's the same state as Murdaugh. He owns a convenience store that I hope to God I never accidentally go into. And he shot a 14-year-old in the back because he thought he stole a bottle of water. Well, let's say I'm going through South Carolina and I want to stop at a convenience store. I just happen to stop at his. I don't know. Oh, I guess I just gave the verdict away, didn't I? See, I thought years ago, before I started watching the actual trials and I was just into true crime, I thought bailiffs, all the officers in the courtroom were bailiffs. I didn't know, like, there were bailiffs and then there were, like, real police officers in there. From watching Night Court, I'm sure. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't have to worry about it. Wow, a convenience store is worth $1 million? All right. Why are we taking so long here?
Later, the warrants and the indictments are simply the charge by which this case is brought into court, and it's not.
We're open.
But you will be our foreman to the conclusion of.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the value of a human life? To grieving parents who've lost a 14-year-old to senseless acts of violence, a human life is priceless. But on May 28,
Everybody's going to
2023,
behave or they're going to suffer the
Rick
consequences.
Chow, the defendant in this case, determined that Cyrus Carmack Belton's life was worth less than 4 bottles of water. I say this because in May of 2023, Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, was the owner of a convenience store and gas station on the corner of Park Lane and Springtree here in Columbia. His wife was working that evening. She was a co-owner. And their adult son was working there as well that particular
That
evening.
drives up the price, yeah.
It was around 8 o'clock or so p.m. that Cyrus Carmack Belton, a 14-year-old, walked into that store. And he had on a red hoodie with a small pocket in the front. He was carrying a black backpack. We know this to be true because the defendant in this case, Rick Chow, had an intricate camera system that captured almost every interaction within that store and multiple camera angles. He also had camera angles outside of the store on the premises of the store and immediately adjacent to the store so you could see what happened at the beginning of Springtree as his property ended. So Cyrus walked into that store, red hoodie, small pocket in the front, black backpack, and he walks in and he immediately is asked by the co-owner, Alice Chow, to remove his backpack. That's store policy. Cyrus complies, does exactly what he's asked to do. He puts that backpack on the cooler and begins to walk around and browse throughout the store. He goes aisle to aisle, browsing, looking around, looking at the candy, looking at waters, looking at other things in the store. And Alice is directly behind him watching everything that he does. When he walks to the front of the store, she watches. When he walks to the side of the store, she watches. She leans against posts and watches everything that he's doing as he walks through that store. Their adult son Andy is working the counter, and he's watching as well. And as other customers come in to buy things, he'll service them and continue to watch Cyrus as he walks through the store. Finally, Cyrus walks to that back right corner of the store, and again, we know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that Mr. Chow installed. He walks to the back. He opens a water cooler, leans the water cooler against his left shoulder, and takes out 4 bottles of water. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And after a second, he pauses and methodically puts all 4 water bottles back into that cooler. 1, 2, 3, and 4. He closes the cooler and begins to walk back towards the front of the store. And it's at that point that the verbal confrontation begins. And I say confrontation because Cyrus said nothing. The co-owner of the store, Alice Chow, asked if he needed help and eventually accused him of stealing water, told him to empty his pockets. The adult son, Andy, who was watching, said the same thing. You took some water. Give us back the water. Cyrus said, I took nothing. I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything.
He's still in the
And they
store?
continued to verbally attack him, accusing him of stealing water.
That's not how that works.
Interestingly enough, if you look at that intricate camera system, Cyrus is telling the truth. He took nothing from that store that day. As he tried to walk out of the store, they continued to
It's
verbally
YouTube,
harass him
y'all. I'm
to
sorry.
the
I
point
can't
where
do
he
anything
took
about
his
it.
backpack and calmly walked out of the store. Again, we know that to be true because of that intricate camera system that Rick Chow installed. And as he walks toward that door, the co-owner, Alice Chow, says something in Cantonese that makes her son run around the counter towards Cyrus. And then Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, comes from out of an office in the convenience store, armed with a .45 caliber Glock pistol, and follows Cyrus out of that store. Cyrus walks out of the store, takes a right, slowly, and hears them yelling, running after him, turns to see, and again, the camera system shows these things, and he takes off running. Cyrus tries to run through the parking lot to the point to where he runs out of his Air Force One Nike shoe. Runs out of his shoe. Doesn't turn around to pick it up because you have an adult male running behind you with a .45 caliber Glock pistol who has falsely accused you of stealing. So he runs. He drops 2 cell phones out of his pocket. We know this to be true because there are witnesses who we expect you'll hear from who'll talk about how they had to throw on brakes to keep from hitting them as they ran across traffic. We know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that he installed. He drops 2 cell phones. One belonged to him, one to his mother. Doesn't turn around to pick up one of those cell phones. Continues to run, falls down, gets back up running, falls again, busts his shin, drops the backpack, keeps running. In total, Rick Chow and his son chased Cyrus Carmack Belton over 130 yards off of their property onto a public road in Columbia, South Carolina. And eventually, after Cyrus fell a couple of times, Rick Chow fired the fatal shot, which ended his life. And folks, 130 yards is a football field. No, in fact, it's a football field goalpost to goalpost plus 10 yards. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Byron Gibson, the 5th Judicial Circuit Solicitor, and I, along with Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, represent the state of South Carolina. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a roadmap of what this case entails, what our position is in this case, and what we believe we can prove, as well as give you an idea of what to expect from the court and how this proceeding will run for the next several days. Now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that when Cyrus walked into that store, he was wearing a red hoodie and a pocket in the front, black backpack. Unbeknownst to the Chow family, to Rick Chow, to Alice Chow, or to Andy Chow, he had a pistol in the front pocket of that hoodie. Unbeknownst. They didn't know. We know that to be true because that video will confirm all of those things. Confirm that he walked around the store, had a conversation with them. At no point did he ever threaten them. At no point did he ever curse them when he was being falsely accused. He didn't spit on them. He never attacked them. He calmly walked through the store and calmly denied stealing anything from that store, which again was true. The truth in this case is that Cyrus did what you'd expect an adult to do in that case. He walked away. He tried to create distance every time he was confronted. But for some reason, Rick Chow wouldn't believe him. He couldn't believe him for some reason, although the evidence will show that he took nothing from that store. The evidence will show that after they chased him out of his chute, dropping phones around down Springtree Road, after he tripped over a curb, fell, dropped his backpack, we believe that gun spilled out of that pocket. And within moments after that gun spilled out of that pocket, that man shot Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back with a .45 caliber pistol. Now, we believe evidence will show that soon after EMS and others came on the scene, Rick Chow tried to say, hey, I was defending my son. But the interesting thing about this process is that you're going to have an opportunity at the end of this case, after you've heard all of the evidence from this witness chair, to assess what you've learned and what you've heard. You get a chance to assess that, and I'll ask as you start asking those questions that bounce around in your head, in what world do you get to falsely accuse a 14-year-old of stealing, chase a 14-year-old 130 plus yards down a road while you're armed with a pistol, shoot that person in the back, then claim you're defending your son? Folks, it's for that senseless act, for that ridiculous act, for that heinous act that Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, has been charged and indicted with the crime of murder. And it's for that crime that we, the prosecution, Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, will be asking that you return a verdict of guilty at the appropriate time. Now, as prosecutors, we have something that's called the burden of proof. And what that means is we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow murdered Cyrus Carmack Belton. Now, reasonable doubt in South Carolina, our courts have defined it a couple ways, and I'll explain those to you. Reasonable doubt is the amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. There's an alternative definition that says that if you are firmly convinced of a defendant's guilty, and at that point they are guilty of crime. But that's for you all as the jurors to decide. Now, as was mentioned a few moments ago, Judge Taylor is the judge of the law. And you've got to take the law as he gives it to you. So at the appropriate time, he'll advise you of the definition of reasonable doubt and every other legal standard and every other thing about the law that you're going to need to know. He'll advise you of those things at the end of the case at the appropriate time. But the cool thing about this process, just as he said, is that as Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, you guys are the judges of the facts. And you get to determine based on what you hear from this witness chair and the evidence that you observe, you get to determine what actually happened in this case. So you're probably asking, all right, well, how am I supposed to do something like that? How am I judging people about, as a witness? I suggest to you that just as you are judging my credibility and believability right now, that's a skill that you've developed over all these years that you've been walking this earth. I suggest to you that when you parked your cars this morning, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot. That's what you're using to assess credibility and believability. And that's what you'll be doing with each of the witnesses that comes up here. You'll judge that. You'll talk. You'll have an opportunity to determine if they had motive to say what they say, if they could observe the actual things that they're saying they observed. If they have some reason to change or to try to tell a story in a way that's going to help them. You'll get a chance to make those determinations at the appropriate time. And we'll ask that you do that. A couple moments ago, each of you guys took an oath to well and truly try the facts of this case. And what that essentially means is that you got to try the facts of this case, not some stuff that you may have heard out there, not some preconceived notions, not some ideas that you may have, but from the evidence that you hear in this jury room this week in this case. That's what you've got to do. Folks, I ask that you resist the urge to turn this trial into some type of commentary about youth and guns, because it's not about that. It's about a grown man who falsely accused a 14-year-old of stealing, chased him down the road while armed with a pistol, shot him in the back, and then claimed he's defending his son. That's what this case is about. And ultimately, those are the decisions that you'll have to make at the end of this case. Now, I expect that you're going to hear from several different types of witnesses this week. Some are going to be what we call lay witnesses, just people who just happened to be driving up and down Springtree Road that day. Folks who saw what happened. Folks who watched the child chase Cyrus across the street and shoot and kill him. We expect they'll have different vantage points, seeing things in different ways, but you'll have an opportunity to listen to them and assess what they saw. You'll hear from law enforcement, first responders, people who saw what happened and talk to witnesses out there on the street immediately after it happened. Some body cam, meaning the body cameras that they're wearing when they're talking. You'll see some of those things. Take that information. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from a few experts. And Judge will explain to you what experts are and what expert testimony is and how you weigh expert testimony. Again, take the law as he gives it to you. And take the law from experts and determine if they have the ability to testify about the things that they say that they know and how they came upon this information. And if this information was paid for, ask yourselves those questions at the appropriate time. Now, folks, you're going to hear about 3 types of evidence. I'm wrapping this thing up. I don't want y'all to get sick of me this early in the week. There are going to be 3 types of evidence you're going to hear about. One is direct evidence. Second is circumstantial. Third is stipulations. Direct evidence is evidence that you can see, that you can touch, that you can feel, and sometimes even smell. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. All right? Evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. So, example, we're sitting in here, South Carolina, it's probably going to be 80, 90 degrees with 100% humidity. If you walk out here at lunchtime and you see snow outside, it's 12 degrees outside. You see icicles hanging off of the different the posts and all that kind of stuff. You see a snowplow going through here. You see penguin tracks and maybe a polar bear walk by. You are in this room with no windows all day, but you can infer that it snowed because you see all of the evidence of snow. That's circumstantial evidence. It's just as good as direct evidence if you, the jury, determine that you believe that that's what took place. So direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and last we're talking about stipulations. Stipulations are agreements between our table of state and that table of defense team. They're stipulations, that means we have an agreement that a particular fact exists. And if we have that agreement and we alert Judge that that agreement exists, then Judge will have the opportunity to explain to you that that's not a fact that you guys have to haggle about or even argue about, because we agree that it's the truth. So direct, circumstantial, stipulations. Those are the 3 types of evidence we'll be talking about. And at the appropriate time, you'll have a chance to look at the facts of the case, and with the evidence, you compare that to the evidence and return a verdict that speaks the truth in this case. Now, my final ask of you is this. There's an 11th century philosopher named Omar Khayyam. And one thing that he wrote back then was, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Now I know y'all are looking at me kind of like, what is this dude quoting some 11th century philosophy for? I'll tell you that at the end of this case, I will explain to you why something written back in the 1200s rings so true today in this courtroom in 2026 about a case where that man murdered a 14-year-old in 2023. So folks, remember what we've talked about and ask yourselves one last question. What is the value of a human life? Thank you.
Please, court. Yes, Mr. Sloan?
Solicitors? Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
He's camera shy today, I guess.
My name is Jack Swirling. We met briefly yesterday when we were doing the jury selection. And it's my position at this point to go ahead and give you a defense opening statement. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. And I hope that you find this experience on your part to be an interesting experience about looking into your judicial system. You know, we spent, let me just back up a minute. My good friend, the solicitor, just gave an outstanding opening statement himself. But the one thing that I did not hear, and the one thing that I do not believe you will hear during the course of this trial, is why a 14-year-old would be illegally possessing a semi-automatic pistol, wandering the streets with that pistol, with a laser attached to that pistol. A laser to go ahead and ensure better accuracy when you fire the weapon. A semi-automatic pistol that was loaded, the magazine was loaded, and there was a bullet in the chamber.
I thought he said
It was
razor.
illegally possessed by this young man.
It was like a
He
bayonet.
illegally entered the store because there was a sign posted, it's illegal to go ahead and enter the store with a weapon. Versus what Mr. Chow did. Mr. Chow had a concealed weapons permit. He never drew his weapon. He was authorized to have a weapon, but he didn't draw that weapon until his son was in danger of being shot. The solicitors, in this case, want to frame this case. It was all about a bottle of water. It was all about someone wrongly accused of shoplifting in the store.
There he is.
But nothing else matters to the state in this situation as to why this young man had that weapon, why he carried that weapon. Because if he didn't have that weapon, he never would have had a weapon to draw on Andy Chow. He never would have had a weapon to put Andy Chow in danger. And he never would have had a weapon that would cause Mr. Chow to believe his son was going to be shot and have to make a split-second decision as to whether or not to go ahead and fire that gun and protect his son. There's going to be a lot of questions in this case, a lot of things that you're going to have to resolve. But I wanted to go ahead and tell you why this case is framed the way the state is doing it, because they don't want to explain why that young man had a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, bullet in the chamber with a laser, entering the store, wandering the streets. They don't want to explain it, because you know what? They cannot. We went through a jury selection process yesterday that's carefully designed to go ahead and make sure that 12 people who will eventually decide this case, 12 people from Richland County, who are fair and impartial, who do not have any preconceived opinions, who've come in here under oath and said, I may have heard about the case, but I have not formed an opinion about it. I'm willing to listen to the evidence and the law that the judge gives me and decide this case fairly and truly and honestly. We went through a jury selection process where, as you recall, the judge excused a number of witnesses for one reason or another to make sure we had a fair and impartial jury. The seems. And you will have to decide whether or not the state has proven that case beyond a reasonable doubt. So we are satisfied, we are content that we have the best jurors that could come out of Richland County to decide this case, and we have faith in you. Rick Chow has pled not guilty to this offense, and that places on the state the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I just want to cover a couple of legal issues, legal principles with you. One is, as he sits over there right now, and throughout the course of this trial, all the way through, he is presumed to be innocent. That's not just a legal fiction. That's not just something you hear on TV and Law and Order or some other one of the great police shows or law enforcement shows on TV. The presumption of innocence is the bedrock of our judicial system. Everybody accused of a crime is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence is so strong on our law that you are to consider and presume Mr. Chow innocent unless and until, at the end of the case, after you've heard all the evidence, after you've heard the judge's instructions on the law, you go in the jury room and 12 of you agree, 12 unanimously agree that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, he does.
That presumption of innocence does not disappear during the course of this trial. Now you may say, well, that's kind of difficult. It is our law. It is what makes us different than everybody else on the face of the earth. The state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and until you go in the jury room and decide that the state has met its burden of proof, he's presumed to be innocent. Now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't just mean any doubt, but you have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, I believe, or I think, maybe, any one of these words, that is not enough to go ahead and convict someone. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not enough to say, you know, I think the state met its burden of proof. I think the state proved guilt. I mean, that's not enough. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reasonable doubt can come from the evidence or the lack of evidence. Either way, you are the ones who determine whether or not the state has met its burden of proof, proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're the ones that apply the presumption of innocence. Not the judge, not the lawyers, not the parties, but you. The state also has a burden of disproving self-defense. And this is a case of, it's a side, or it's a collateral issue to self-defense, whether or not someone has a right to exercise self-defense and take another human life. Self-defense is probably the oldest principle we have as man. All the way back. You have a right to defend yourself. You do not have to wait and someone goes ahead and shoots you, kills you, or stabs you, or no matter what it may be. It is elementary, it's fundamental that a person has a right to exercise self-defense, the law of self-defense, to defend himself or herself. And it also applies to defense of others. Same principles. You are entitled to go ahead and defend other people in a similar situation. For example, your son, which is exactly what we have here. Because if the state doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow did not act in self-defense or defense of others, then they fail. They have failed to prove the case. There's no burden on any defendant to prove anything in the case. So the state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to disprove self-defense or defense of others beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that you're going to hold them to that burden of proof and keep our system the way it was designed to be, that a jury sits between the state or the federal government and the citizens in a county or in the area and decides cases fairly and impartially, and that no person is ever held to answer for a crime where the state has not met its burden of proof. The judge will describe to you what the definition of murder is. And I told you it's malice of forethought. That's what South Carolina standard is. Murder is with malice of forethought. You kill somebody with malice of forethought. That evil heart, the wicked mind. The offense of murder also requires, as the judge will tell you, a criminal intent. You have to have a criminal intent to go ahead and be guilty of a crime. You have to intend the crime. And the judge will explain that to you at the end of the case as well. And I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I just want to turn these principles over to you so you know what we're talking about. Self-defense, defense of others. Was there a reasonable belief or an imminent danger? Was the imminent danger, and you believed it was reasonable, and it was reasonable, that someone's life was in danger, your own life or the life of a loved one, like Andy Chow? Under those circumstances, you are entitled to go ahead and exercise that self-defense or defense of others. And the judge will explain to you, as I just said, that it is up to the state to disprove that. You will hear evidence of that. You will hear in detail exactly what happened out there on that street and what happened when Rick Chow went ahead and fired the shot. The young man was pointing a gun at his son. Defense of others. Is that an immediate threat, an imminent threat? Is it a reasonable belief that your son is in danger of serious bodily harm or death? I submit to you there's not going to be any question about whether or not it was reasonable or whether it was imminent, or it was reasonable to believe it was imminent. And you are, under the law, since the beginning of time, allowed to go ahead and take, unfortunately, nobody's saying this is, everybody's happy about this, but unfortunately, there are occasions in human life when someone has to exercise that right of self-defense or defense of others, and another life is taken. It's sad, it's tragic, there's no question about that. My heart goes out to the family. They've suffered a tremendous loss.
Why is it still open?
And I don't want you to think for 1 minute that we're making that light about that. This was a terrible situation that happened, and that young man is no longer with us. But there are legal issues before you that you must decide prior to making any determination about guilt. And I submit to you right now, that the state will not and cannot meet its burden of proof, proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, proving murder, malice of forethought beyond a reasonable doubt, criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or disprove defense of others, as the judge will explain it to you. Now, how do you decide that? Well, you're going to listen to the evidence. You're going to hear the law by the judge, and you're going to make your decision based upon that evidence that you hear and the law that the judge gives you at the end of the case. There's no schooling, we don't have any classes to how to go ahead and determine that. But I will tell you this, reasonable doubt is something you use and exercise every single day when you make the important decisions in your life. Should I go to that school? Should I buy that car? Should I buy that house? Do I need this? Do I need that? You weigh the factors, both the pros and the cons. And no matter what the pros and cons are, you're still entitled to go ahead and make that purchase or go to that school or go on that trip, even if it all adds up to being not the right thing to do. But when you come into a courtroom, it's completely different. Because if you have a reasonable doubt, things just don't make sense, if it doesn't add up, it doesn't, one thing after another make sense, and come to a conclusive decision that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you can't disregard that. The oath that you just took requires you to find someone not guilty or not proven, is another way to look at it, not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Submit to you at the end of this case, again, hearing the law and the evidence, or the lack of evidence, you will come to that decision that the state has not met its burden of proof as to proving case or disproving self-defense or defense of others. You look at the evidence, you listen to the witnesses. Are they consistent? Have they told the same story, the same, everything that they've seen, everything that he did, is it consistent all the way through? Not only is it consistent between what they said, but consistent with what other people said. And not only consistent with what other people said, but is it consistent with the physical evidence that you know and that you see and is presented to you in the courtroom? You look at motive and interest and bias and prejudice to decide whether or not to believe a witness or the credibility of witnesses. You are the folks that decide the credibility of witnesses. I want to go ahead and, as I've said, it's a tragic situation. My heart goes out to the family that they've lost, a terrible loss, and nobody can understand that. Nobody can in any way comprehend what it would be like to go ahead, and I feel sorry for these folks. And I feel sorry for the young man who lost his life. But it's also about the Chow family. Rick Chow and his wife Alice Chow. Rick was born in Hong Kong. Alice was born in Malaysia. They came here early on in life as students. They went to Louisiana, University of Louisiana. Rick Chow and Alice Chow became citizens of the United States, as proud American citizens as anybody could possibly be. They married. They had 2 children, Andy and Kenny, who've both gone to the University of South Carolina. Alice was a CPA, earned her CPA degree and a license. Rick Chow was a professor at Upper State Carolina for a number of years in computer science. These are motivated, energetic people who wanted to pursue the American dream, and they did. At some point, they wanted to go ahead and own a business, and that's how they came to buy the store that's in question today. They had that for about 10 or 12 years. They bought it as a Shell gas station, and they bought the store, and they operated it. Rick Chow really wanted to go ahead and form a business. So for 10, 12 years, they've operated that business. In May, as the solicitor has told you, in the situation that's before you today, young man, Carmack Belton, entered
The
their
Billy
store.
Crystal movie is Princess Bride.
Now, when he entered the store, he had a backpack. Backpacks have to be put on the water cooler. It applies to everybody. They don't want anybody walking around in the store with a
Are
backpack.
you sorry?
So everybody puts it on the water cooler. Mr. Belton Carmack did. Put it up. You will find out, and we'll talk about what's in that book bag later on, but the young man entered the store, walked around, all around the store, not buying anything, looking at different merchandise, not buying anything, going to the water cooler, strangely removing 4 bottles one at a time, then strangely putting them back one at a time, looking nervous, hands in his pockets, looking back at Andy Chow, looking back at Alice Chow, who was on the floor at that time, they were both in the store, in a nervous way. And they had a suspicion that he possibly
What?
had shoplifted something. Now, this is a store with thousands of small dollar items. A water bottle or any other item in the store, probably very little profit in it. So it's not about whether or not one item was ever taken, it's the cumulative effect and the losses that a store owner can feel from that. So they have a right to go ahead and look and see if anybody's taking anything. When Mr. Belton was leaving the store, he was asked, "Did you take anything?" And he basically had his hands in his pockets and he turned it up, the pockets. "No. Do I look like I have anything?" He was asked again, and at that point, he went to the water cooler, picked up the book bag, and at that point exited the store. There was no physical confrontation. There was no yelling at him, but there was a request, there was a question that he answered, but Andy Chow still felt that there was something about the way he was acting in the store, and he wanted to follow at least to see where he was going so they could report that to the police. He could report it to the police. But at that point, when they exited the store, Mr. Belton, Cormac Belton, started running. Now, he saw something that he thought, Andy Chow saw something and he thought looked heavy in his hoodie, in the pockets of his hoodie. And that could have been something that he took, like the water. Well, we now know that it wasn't the water, but it was a semi-automatic loaded pistol with a laser on it in those pockets. So he was telling the truth, that he saw something heavy in the pocket. The suspicion increased when the young man took off running. Why was he running? Why did he
Because
run?
he's being chased.
He did increase the suspicion at that point by running. And he really ran fast because he ran out of one of his shoes. He threw the phones down before he exited the parking lot. And he just took off as fast as he could. Now, reasonable to believe that he may have taken something? Absolutely. Reasonable to go ahead and follow him to see where he was going, in what direction, so he could tell the police? Absolutely. And he wasn't going to tackle him, he wasn't going to hold him, he wanted to see where he was going. Rick Chow had come out of the office, and he saw his son outside, and the young man outside as well, and he saw him take, both of them take off running. Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, ran following his son and Mr. Cormac Belton because he was trying to see what was going on with his son, protect his son, make sure his son was okay. He did not know what was going on. He had nothing to do with the determination in the store, but he was going out there to protect his son, to make sure his son was okay. It's his son! And the young man hauled down the street, crossed over the street, ran down on the left side of the street toward the apartment complex. And at some point, he tripped, fell. Mr. Chow was behind him. Andy was somewhere, and you'll hear the testimony about it, somewhere in that area on the street. And actually, the young man hurt his leg, cut his leg. But when he got up, and by the way, he also threw his book bag into a ravine down there. Why? What, do these things increase suspicion? Absolutely. It would increase anybody's suspicion. But when he came up, and Andy Chow saw that he had a pistol in his hand. and turned out to be the 9mm pistol. That one in the chamber was loaded and had a laser that had been attached to it, but the laser was found in the road, right near the road where the shell casing that was fired out of Mr. Chow's weapon landed. Now, Mr. Chow never pulled out that weapon. The state wants to talk about, well, you know, he ran from somebody who had a .45 automatic, semi-automatic. How would the young man know that? He didn't even see Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow had it in a holster the whole time. He did not pull out his weapon from the holster until
I apologize. Just a dick.
All right, overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Swerve.
he didn't pull out his weapon until he was told by his son that the young man had a gun. The young man, Andy being a young man as well, when he saw the gun, started backing up like this, had his hands up, backing up into the street. Mr. Belton pointed the gun at Andy Chow. Mr. Chow told him, drop it. He didn't drop it. Andy yelled out, he's got a gun. He's standing in the road. Mr. Chow is coming up. Pulls his gun now. At that moment, at that split second, that frozen moment in time, Rick Chow sees a young man pointing a semi-automatic pistol at his son, who's backing up with his hands up, and Rick Chow fires his gun to protect his son. We submit to you that that was reasonable. It was a reasonable impression that his son was possibly going to get seriously injured or die at the hands of somebody who had a gun pointed at him, that that was a reasonable belief. And he fired his weapon under the law in defense of his son. As I submit to you, anybody in this courtroom, now you will hear a testimony that's consistent with that. What I'm telling you right now, it's consistent with what has been said in this case by the witnesses. And you will hear testimony from various people that you will find is consistent with that, that version of what I just told you is consistent. There's no question that that gun belonged to this young man. There's no question that that young man had that laser on that gun. As a matter of fact, you will see evidence, we submit, that we'd be able to lay a foundation in our defense, that he was on social media the night before, wearing the same clothes, holding the same gun, with a laser. There's no question about it. You'll be satisfied at the end of this case as about the direction everybody was, where everybody was placed, and direction where Mr. Chow was when he fired the weapon, where his son was, and where Mr. Carmike Belton was. All of that, I submit to you, will be consistent. Mr. Chow did not take any joy in what happened. It was chaos. Adrenaline's pumping. Can you imagine what you're thinking about when you had to go ahead and take that action to go ahead and, first of all, see your son with a gun being pointed at him by a 14-year-old, and then having to fire the weapon to protect your son? What was going through his mind, what was going through his heart, what was going through his head, wasn't something he did because he wanted to. He did it because he was trying to protect his son. But the state doesn't talk about the gun. The state doesn't offer any explanation or rationalization as to why that young man pulled that gun and was walking around with that gun in the streets of Columbia, South Carolina. Mr. Chow didn't just run away at that point. He rendered aid. He stayed right there at the scene. He started doing chest compressions. You'll hear that. The young man was regurgitating. Terrible things, terrible scene. Mr. Chow was bending down, cleaning his mouth out, and giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. You'll hear that. This is a man
He wouldn't have had to do
who
that
acted with
again,
malice.
shot him in the back.
This is a man who acted with criminal intent. I submit to you not. This is a man who was deeply upset about what happened, to the point that he was doing some things that I wonder how many people would have been doing exactly what he's doing to try and save this young man. And then other people came over. But Rick Chow stayed there, did chest compressions, took vomit out of his mouth, with his own mouth, so the young man could keep breathing. And then other people, more qualified people, were able to go ahead and try and help the young man. Unfortunately, he died. Unfortunately. Mr. Chow stayed around, stayed at the scene. He was there when the police came, told the police what happened, gave a brief description. It was not an interrogation, it was not an interview, it was not a complete, what I would call an interview by law enforcement. But there were snapshots taken of different people, Andy Chow, Rick Chow, some of the people who were at or around the area there. He stayed there that entire time, went back up to the store, and when the police came up to the store, he showed the police the videos that they had. He was cooperating 100%, doing everything he could to not only save the young man's life, but also to cooperate with the police. Everything he could. His wife was doing the same thing. His son was doing the same thing. These were not people who had any kind of joy in what had happened. They were upset. It's terrible. Not as bad as, obviously, the parents of this young man. Not nearly to that level. But having shot somebody and having someone die, there's got to be something that's just so difficult to go through. When he agreed, they gave over all the videotapes to the law enforcement as well that were in the store. They all agreed to go down for further interviews at the sheriff's department over the course of the next few days to give a real interview as to what happened bit by bit, word by word. But within 15 hours, before any of the investigation really had focused with detailed interviews, with forensics things from the labs as to whatever, ballistics, DNA, whatever the issues were, within 15 hours, when Mr. Chow was called down, he was told to report to the sheriff's department and could be placed under arrest for murder. That's how long it took, 15 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I again say this to you. The state wants to frame this as a situation where a young man may have taken some small item from a convenience store, wrongly accused, chased, not that he wasn't chased, he was followed, chased and shot down because
Followed or
he
chased.
had
Make
taken
up your
something
mind,
from
dude.
that convenience store. I submit to you, it's not that simple. You can't frame it like the state wants to frame it. Andy Chow had a reasonable belief that something took place in the store. He followed the young man out. Rick Chow had a reasonable reason to go ahead and follow his son to see what was going on to protect his son. Andy, when he saw the pistol being pulled, as the solicitor pointed out, 130 yards down the road, he started backing off with his hands up, and his father saw that pistol being pointed at his son with and by a 14-year-old young man. He had to make a split-second decision to go ahead and defend or not defend, fire or not fire, to protect his son, his pistol. What should he have done? Because that's what the state is trying to get doing Monday morning quarterbacking. That's what it's all about now. I submit to you, and I'm going to sit down in a moment, and I appreciate you listening. There are 3 questions in this case. One of them is no particular order. But what was the 14-year-old doing walking around Columbia with a semi-automatic 9mm weapon in his book bag, in his hoodie, with a bullet in the chamber, illegally possessing that weapon, illegally walking into a store that barred people coming in with weapons? Then was arrested within 15 hours. Quick decision. I'm going to sit down now, and I do appreciate you listening to me. I submit to you there's one scenario more frightening than a man walking around the streets of Columbia with a pistol, semi-automatic pistol, one in the chamber, just walking around town with a laser on his gun. There's one scenario, more dangerous than that, more frightening than that. He's a 14-year-old walking around town with a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, chambered, with a laser on his gun. How frightening is that? A 14-year-old does not have the education, the training, the experience of making
The common
good
sense.
decisions, sound judgment decisions. That is more frightening
That's
than
no
anybody
reason to
in
shoot
that
him in
same
the
situation.
back.
And that's what Rick Chow and Andy Chow were faced with that day. I challenge the state
Okay, Robbie, see you
At
later.
this
Be
time.
safe.
to offer some justification or rationalization as to why this young man illegally possessed a semi-automatic pistol with a laser and entered a store with that. Whether the merchants knew it or not, that is not the issue at this point. But why? You're entitled to know why.
The gun is not the issue, in my opinion.
At the end of the case, we hope that you will find that they have not met their burden of proof in proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for the evidence or the lack of evidence, and that they have not disproved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow acted to defend his son's life, and it was reasonable because it was an imminent danger to his son of death or serious bodily harm, or he reasonably believed that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going just over an hour, and we told the first witness may be rather lengthy, so I'm going to take our morning break right now. Give everybody about 15 minutes to refresh themselves, stretch their legs. Also have to begin the process of sequestering the witnesses. I don't want you to infer anything from the fact that certain folks aren't in the courtroom. Go ahead. All right, well, first, before we get started, I have received a note from the jury. First was they need waters and coats, so we've gotten that taken care of through the bailiffs. Second, well, let's keep our question. How does lunch work?
That's the most important thing.
One instruction was we'll take an hour and 15 to hour and a half break for lunch. It takes them a minute to get in and out of the courthouse with security and all that.
The two attorneys
Court's 11.
are pacing like caged animals.
No, sir, I just based upon that for scheduling purposes for this witness. I think they would particularly how long we're going to go before the road. I think it's going to be a substantial witness. Okay.
It'll be lengthy.
Not to see what time the court will break, so we can have like a window when we would be breaking.
Your Honor, it seems like you normally take
Is that mom and
I
dad?
tried to take it around 12:30. I was sort of anticipating you say this is lengthy, break after the direct and cross after.
But if I have to, don't hold me to it. 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
We had no problem after we're done with this direct and breaking and then we'll cross after lunch.
Yeah, we'll just see where we are.
Do we both real quick?
Yes, sir. You were provided some refreshments. So I think they also have some snacks too that they can.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Okay, Mr. English, where are you employed?
Right now.
The Great Falls Police Department.
Okay. Chester County?
It is Chester County, yes, sir.
Back in 2023, where were you employed?
Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what were you, a deputy, road deputy back then?
I was on patrol, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the night of May or the late afternoon of May 28, 2023?
I do. I was working on shift that night.
Okay. What were you up to around 8 o'clock?
We were dealing with a few individuals who broke into an apartment off of Ranch Road, and then I was dispatched to 7441 Parkland Road.
Okay. So you're dealing with, what's that, a break-in of some sort on one part of town, and then you said you're dispatched to 7441 Parkland.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that in reference to?
The Parkland call?
Yes, sir.
In reference to a shooting hit, so someone had got shot.
Okay. What is that 7441 Parkland Road?
That is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And is that in Richland County?
It is, sir.
Okay. Is that where you initially responded?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, sort of generally, to orient the jury, that location, that Shell gas station, 7441 Park Lane, it sort of sits at the corner of two roads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously Park Lane Road.
Yes, sir.
And then what is the road that cuts up beside it?
The secondary road is Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. And Spring Tree Drive, does that dead end at some point?
It does. It goes into an apartment complex called Willow Oak, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let me show you a number of pictures that sort of show that area. This is states 14 through 31. Tell me if you just generally kind of recognize what these are.
You want me to look at all of them?
Just look through them and I'll ask you a question after you review them.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Those generally depict that area we were discussing, 7441 Parkland and then Spring Tree Drive right beside it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Spring Tree, you talked about it dead ending at some point, there been some parts of it. How would you describe Spring Tree Road?
It's a road that goes to a dead end. There's three apartment complexes. We have 220, 250, and then 100 Willow Oak Drive.
Okay, is it a hilly road, is it a wide road, is it a narrow road, is it a flat road?
It's pretty flat.
Okay, is it a curvy road, is it a straight road?
It's a straight road, like a straight shot.
Okay. Now, you said the call for service had you going to 7441 Park Lane Road, which is that Shell gas station. Were you directed elsewhere after you arrived on scene?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene and stepped out my patrol vehicle, I was flagged down to go slightly further down towards 220 Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. So you go to the Shell gas station, and then later you're rerouted up farther up the road.
Yes, sir.
On Spring Tree. And then you went immediately to where you were directed to go.
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe once you got there?
I observed Barrel Mike, or a black guy, laying on the ground with a bystander doing chest compressions on the individual, and multiple witnesses just standing by.
Okay. Did you later learn who the black guy was who was on the ground?
Later. Yes, sir, I did.
At the time, did you understand him to be the victim of the shooting that you were responding to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said he was, medical aid was being rendered on him when you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And so what did you undertake to do once you arrived on scene?
I just told the individual continue to do chest compressions due to EMS being like 10 seconds away.
Okay. Were you first responder?
I was first deputy on scene.
All right. No, it's time to say those all for their identified. It's going to be states 14 through 31 for admission and evidence.
Any objection? All right, let me admit it states 14 through 31 without objection.
Okay. And permission to go ahead and start publishing.
Yes, sir.
I just want to orient the jury. Do you mind just kind of explaining some of these things if I put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stephanie, can we have states 50? Okay, Deputy English, do you see states 15 there?
I do.
All right, if we're looking at states 15, we're looking at the right side of this photograph. What road is that we're looking at?
Like the one that goes up and down, correct?
It looks like
That's going to be Park Lane.
All right, and that red roof structure is what?
That's going to be Shell gas station.
Okay, the road that cuts between from Park Lane and then goes to the left of the picture is what road?
Spring Tree Drive.
Okay, and that's what you were describing earlier.
Yes, sir.
And these are the apartments we see the roofs of. If we're looking at States 15 and we're looking from right to left, on the left side, you see some swimming pools and whatnot. Those are the apartment complexes you're talking about?
Yes, sir. That would be 220 Spring Tree. And then a little further down would be 250 Spring Tree.
Okay. And so your testimony is you arrive at 744 on Park Lane and you're directed farther down Spring Tree.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about this being parkland, that being the Shell gas station,
Yes, sir.
where you arrive, and then you're directed down this way, down Spring Tree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see generally where you found the victim of the gunshot wound in this picture?
Yes, sir. So if you look where the little wooded area is, so bring your little stick, yeah, about right in that area right there.
Okay. And that's where you were talking about seeing, you call him the black guy. Do you know him now to be Cyrus Carmack Belton?
I do.
Okay. And he was lying on the ground. You said people were rendering aid to him.
One bystander, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also see the defendant, Mr. Chow, at the scene at that time?
I did.
Did you understand who he was when you first arrived?
Not at all.
Okay. What were you doing? I mean, were you securing the scene? Were you collecting evidence? What exactly were you doing?
So one was trying to secure the scene. I was informed that there was a weapon on the ground, so I wanted to secure that in the back of my patrol vehicle, while also setting up crime scene tape and let EMS do what EMS does.
Okay. When you left the 7441 Park Lane to go to where the victim was, did you walk up the street or did you drive your car up the street?
I drove my patrol vehicle.
Okay. How would you describe the distance between that Shell station to where the victim's found on the ground?
I'll say about 130 yards.
Okay. I mean, would you describe that distance as being significant in any way, or
Yeah.
why do you walk from the gas station up to the?
It seemed pretty far.
What happened to the sound?
Remember me showing you some drone footage that sort of shows a video going from the gas station up the street to where the victim was?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did that fairly and accurately depict what you yourself witnessed whenever you drove from the gas station up to where Mr. Belton's found?
Yes, sir.
This is states number 2. Do you recognize that in the drone video?
I do.
Now, the state does offer states number 2 for admission of evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
Come on, hang on.
What is
I'm
up?
staying subject to conversation, no objection.
All right, be admitted as states exhibit 2.
Okay. And permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
All right, before you start, Stephanie, all right, what are we looking at right here? Just, and I hate to keep belaboring the point, but I want to orient everyone with what we're looking at here. We're looking at this first shot, states number 2. We're looking to the left. First of all, about the Shell station at 744 on Park Lane.
That is.
All right. Now, Deputy English, if we're looking back this way, that would be Park Lane, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this road right here, we see a couple of cars on the side. That would be Spring Tree.
That is correct.
And of course, Shell gas station sits on the corner, Park and Spring Tree, which you are testifying.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this as the front entrance to the gas station?
I do.
Okay. All right. Give me play. Okay. Press play. Okay. And the end on that video, is that essentially where you found Mr. Carmack Belton?
That is.
May 28th, 2023?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, and that accurately depicts the pathway you would take to get there from the gas station?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about seeing Mr. Belton and aid was being rendered. Do you remember the fire department showing up?
I do. I remember EMS and fire department showing up.
Okay. You remember EMS showing up? Do you remember eventually Mr. Belton being taken away in an ambulance?
I do.
Okay. At this point, he's being taken care of. Does your focus shift to crime scene integrity?
It does.
And so did you put out crime tape and whatnot?
I did. I put out crime scene tape.
Had a crowd started to gather at that point, or were there people on scene other than Mr. Chow and Mr. Belton?
There was just bystanders, some who heard it, some who witnessed it.
Okay. And did you at some point try to speak with some of them?
I did.
Okay. At some point while you're out there, did you begin locating evidence?
I did.
Okay. You remember a backpack?
I do. A black backpack.
Okay. And where was that?
Like in you can't see it from the picture,
We'll go back to the number 2. Let me see if we can.
but it was located in a drainage ditch.
And I'm gonna get to it in a minute, but you're yeah, you see, all right, this is this is state's number 26 that's been admitted into evidence. So you can see.
What number is that, Bill?
26. All right, do you recognize these two poles right here?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this stand of Bradford Pick, these trees right here?
I do.
Okay, and would you agree that where I'm pointing this pointer is essentially where Mr. Belton was found?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the drainage that you're talking, or the drainage, I guess, how did you describe it?
I call it drainage ditch.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about right here?
I am.
Say again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you say you found down that drainage ditch?
Black backpack.
Okay. And did you come to understand who that belonged to?
At the time, we didn't, but we later found out who it became.
Mr. Belton?
Yes, sir.
Or was associated with him somehow?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you collected?
I did.
Okay. What else in this general area that we're looking at, station number 26, did you locate?
A shell casing,
Okay.
and then a tactical light.
Okay. Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
I was.
Okay. All right, so you saw a tack light. What is that?
It's a attachment that you can put on a firearm.
Okay.
Like a pistol.
And it was something you would, manually put on a pistol?
That is correct.
Are these common or uncommon?
Pretty common for people who shoot, I guess, towards the nighttime.
Okay. And what do? They provide like a flashlight. Some have like a laser to help with accuracy,
Yes, sir.
help with vision. Do you own pistols with tack lights?
Me personally?
Yeah. Or have you ever been issued one, or have you ever?
At Sheriff's
operated
Department. Yes, sir.
one? Okay. And you said they are not uncommon.
That's not uncommon.
All right. What else did you find? You got the backpack. You got a tack light. And the tack light was attached to a gun or not attached to a
It
gun?
wasn't attached to the gun.
Okay. And it was just lying somewhere in this vicinity here?
Yes, sir. It was located near the shell casing.
Okay.
Also located.
And so you found a tack light and you found a shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you mark those anyway?
I did.
You said, started to ask you at least, you had a body-worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir.
And it was operational?
It was.
Okay. Let me show you states number 1, see if you recognize this.
I do.
Okay. And does it, now with the exception of the court, the state and defense has muted portions of it.
Okay.
And you watched that earlier today?
I did.
And aside from that, the agreement by everybody that portions would be muted, does it fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes, sir.
May 28, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Now, the subject of yesterday's ruling is objection to states number 1. We've also been given states 32 through 43. No objection.
32 to 43.
Yes, Your Honor, 32 through 43, which are still from state 1. Can you move that up there? I'm sorry.
All right. United States at this time offers states number 1 for admission to evidence, permission to publish.
Subject to yesterday's pretrial motions, and they'll be admitted as stage 1 without objection.
Hey, where's he at? Hey, MS is right here. Okay, keep doing compressions. Keep doing compressions. Okay. Still doing compressions. Okay, yes sir, I see that. Okay. Keep doing compressions, man. The MS is right there. Hey, y'all stand back. Stand back. I'm gonna need your information since you were doing compressions. How long were you doing compressions for? 30 minutes? All right, cool. Hey, just don't cross it. Good. Thank you. $59 is in the back of my trunk. You hear me? $59 was placed right here is in the back of my trunk. I'll go down there. Sorry, I got it. You see it? I got it. He's talking to me. He's not talking to y'all. Just at the back of my car. Stay right there. Okay? Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here.
I was just going by home, and then I seen him over here with them, and I was like, oh, he looks unresponsive, so I came. It was nice to see him.
Okay. All right. More? Hey, get over here. Get over here. Don't let me forget I have your ID. Yeah, I know. Hey, sir. Sit at the back of my car. Do not move. Thank you. Hey, Mel. Anyways, I need y'all to get in the street this way. I need something else to decide to. I'm trying to do this, but I need something else right here. What's that? Hey, that's a flashlight. Sorry, it's a flashlight coming with it. Yeah.
Okay. That's where you were noticing the tack light right there, you're pointing to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then did you do anything to mark it at the time?
We did. I want to say like a card.
I'm not gonna stop it again, but after that, is that about whenever you find the shell casing and you point it out and mark that as well?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Even the laser. Sir, stay right there. Stop moving. Just stay right there. Stay right there. You know, sir, come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. Keep going. Come on. Come on. Right there. And I promise you, okay, we're gonna get to you, okay? Thank you. Sir, I need your voice. Do not cross this tape. If y'all cross this tape, sir, don't pick up anything off the ground either. If you cross it or pick up anything off the ground, I'm charging you with obstruction. That should be good for now.
Did you get my guy's name? I'm gonna say
No, watch out for a shell casing. Yeah. He went down there to do something and he came back. I didn't know if he was a suspect or what. He's been there. We had a attack laser and we had an attack light right here. And then the shell casing was like 45. The non-secure actually was like a mechanic. But it is weird because that's the one who did compressions. That's her who did that. Apparently this is getting their information. Did you ever get your information to the other deputy? Your ID? Okay. Thank you. Right. It's just weird because the rounds that's in there doesn't match for 45 minutes. Look at it.
What I missed?
You got pricing calls? Yeah, I didn't even start it out yet.
There was an eyewitness? So that's his son, Andy. That's his son. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so that's the suspect. My fingerprints on that ticket, so I actually removed it away from me.
As far as you know, were you the first one to speak with Rick Chow as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Yes, sir.
I noticed there was some confusion. At first, whenever you find the gun, like when you first arrive there, you seize that weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and then you find the casing, and there's some confusion because you say, you know, this is gun. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You had not yet seized the gun off of Rick Chow at that point?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Let me show you states 32. Is this just kind of a screenshot from your, this has already been admitted evidence, screenshot of your body camera?
Yes, sir. That's when I originally went on scene.
Sure. States 32, please.
No.
All right, this is a screenshot right from your body cam that you've already introduced.
Yes, sir.
This right here, that's going to be the 9mm that you collected initially?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm giving great latitude and knowledge that can lead. I understand that the state has a right to establish this, but the witness can come down, be given the stick, and he can not just, I'm concerned about relaxing into leading. Most of this has been foundational thus far.
We're just trying to move it along. You already, you should.
I'll overrule the objection. I understand, Rule 611 does allow limited meetings to develop witnesses testimony.
Okay. We watched the body cam earlier, right?
We did.
And we saw you collect everything. And but let me just ask you, what is this black item here?
A firearm is a pistol.
Okay. When did we see that go on your body cam?
When I first arrived on scene,
Okay, and what did you do with that black object?
cleared it, rendered it safe.
Okay.
Placed it in the back of my trunk.
This is state number 11. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The firearm that's in this picture right here.
Now, the state offers states number 11 for admission of evidence.
United States.
No objection on it, there's just not a gun locker or anything on it yet, so before it's submitted. Just for safety.
Would be admitted as states 11.
And if I may ask, who do I address with the defense for this witness? Jack? I'm Kurt. It's 35. And he has identified Belmont for states number 6 for admission of evidence. 6.
Objection? No. Are you admitted to state 6 without objection?
All right, in this picture, you see those markers on the ground? Everything.
I do.
This placard right here is there to mark what?
Evidence. It's a crime scene marker.
Okay.
Or evidence marker.
What specifically is
Oh,
A?
it's a tack line. I apologize. It's a tack line sitting on the ground.
Okay. The tack like we just introduced is states number 6?
Correct.
Okay, and let me have 37. Okay. Do you see, you talked a little bit earlier about a drainage ditch. Do you see the drainage ditch in states number 37?
I do. That's the bottom left-hand corner.
This little area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then AA, you just said it was a tack line?
Correct.
All right. Steph, let me have 38. All right, what is this? Do you see the tack line in this picture?
I do. This is before the markers were placed by
Okay.
Crown.
Well, in the body cam, it showed you throwing some pads and stuff down. What were you doing there?
So just due to me not having anything physical possession, I just threw it on my notebook.
Who pushed those placards down later?
The yellow ones?
Yeah.
Crime scene.
Okay. You recognize this item here in states number 38?
I do.
And what is it?
That's a tack light.
What is states number, let's see, go back, Stephanie, to 35. What is, in states 35, what is that placard AB? What is that marking?
The shell casing.
Okay. And do you remember on your body cam when you located it? on that video?
I do.
Okay. Let me show you states number 7. Is that it? Well, you might not be able to identify, but do you remember it being there?
I do. That's when I go for the market.
Okay, states number 7, I'm just going to get you to identify. What was it? Labeled?
Just labeled as 45 caliber FFC. I'm sorry, FCC or fire casing, shell casing.
Does it list the marker?
It does. This is marker AB. Ground.
So, but you yourself didn't collect that casing, you just identified it and let crime scene pick it up later?
Correct.
Okay. Noticed on there, were you present whenever the firearm was finally located on Mr. Chow?
Once I walked up,
Okay.
yes, sir, and they were taking it off.
This is states number 10. Just look at it, see if you can read it.
I do.
You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. And what was that?
It says Glock 45 caliber on there. I think the model was a Glock 30.
Do you recognize it as the weapon that you yourself saw being seized from Mr. Chow that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after the scene was cleared, Mr. Belton was taken away. What did you do next?
Ran the firearms, created a crime scene log, and just waited by for a crime scene. Informed the desk sergeant of what happened for the incident.
Did you ever have a chance to go back to 7441 Park Lane?
Yes, sir. Myself, along with other investigators, walked over, or drove over, one of the two, to look at the surveillance footage.
Okay. Did you go with Investigator Jordan?
I did.
All right, and was your body worn camera on at that time?
It was.
Okay. And was it recording?
It was.
Okay. Thank you, Coach Ball. Let me show you states 49 through 52, where we left off. And I know we're trying to get through a bunch of pictures, and I'm skipping around, but after you cleared the scene, we talked about the evidence at the scene, crime log and everything. Then you go back up to 7441 Park Lane.
Correct.
Body camera's still on.
Correct.
Did you go in the store?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to further talk with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was Alice Chow there?
She was.
Okay. Who else was there?
Andy Chow, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Were you or were you not able to go back and review video with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was that filmed on your body camera?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you with Investigator Ty Jordan?
I was.
Let me show you states 49 through 52. Tell me if you recognize those.
This is us looking at the security footage. This is multiple cameras on the screen. This one shows us inside the store with Mr. Cyrus. This is a zoomed in shot of Mr. Cyrus have like a cooler,
Okay.
I guess you could call it. And then the last photo is us talking with Mr. Chow and his son in front of the cash register.
Okay. All right, you're on the state law for states 49 through 52 for admission of evidence.
Yeah, there's a 52, just the original objection as to 52 from yesterday's pretrial hearing. Other than that, no.
All right, they will be entered as, or admitted rather, as states 49 through 52, subject to objection yesterday.
Okay. Tell me about, was there anything, what was it? Was it a convenience store?
It was.
Was there anything noteworthy or anything that you noticed when you go in the store?
So as soon as you walk in the store, besides the normal gas station stuff, once you walk up to the counter where the cashier is, I mean, they have like different things up there. Lottery tickets, the top, there's like the Wall of Shame. And it's pretty big. There's multiple people that's been in there prior.
Okay. Let me show you states 52. Well, you already seen it, but let me publish it. All right, first of all, who is this individual in stage 52?
That's not right.
That's Investigator Jordan.
Okay. Is he here in the courtroom?
He is.
Raise your hand, Jordan. Okay. And this is who?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Do you see Rick Chow here today?
I do.
Okay, where is he?
Sitting at the table over there.
And this is who?
Mr. Andy Chow, his son.
All right. And this, what is this? Is this what you were just describing as the Wall of Shame?
Yes, sir.
So you're there and you clearly, this is your body cam?
Yes, sir.
At some point while your body cam's running, you go back, you said to the, where is the surveillance room? I guess the camera's on.
Like behind the counter, there's like a little office space back over there.
Okay. Show you states number 49. All right, where are we looking in states 49?
We're inside that office space, looking at the surveillance footage.
All right, and whose head is that we see?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Okay. Do you know, all right, what are we looking at on his laptop directly in front of him?
Multiple cameras, like surveillance footages.
Okay. And there were a number of different camera angles, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that what y'all are reviewing here?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you states 50. All right, what are we looking at here?
One of the actual cameras, and then in the far right, the top right side of that camera is Mr. Cyrus.
Okay. Tell me about Mr. Chow. Was he able to demonstrate different capabilities with his surveillance system while you were there watching him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Such as?
He was able to find what area go backwards on when the individual walked inside, when he was walking around, when he walked outside,
Okay.
any camera.
What? What does covered list mean? You can't have a Roomba anymore? I wanted to get a Roomba and get one of the R2-D2 covers that go over the top of it. So it looks like R2-D2 is vacuuming your house. Why are they banning Roombas? It's a vacuum cleaner. What the fudge? That's crazy.
We needed to look up.
So he was able to access these different camera angles while you were there watching?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to reverse,
Yes, sir.
fast forward,
Yes, sir.
blow it up, make it bigger?
Yes, sir.
He was able to do all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 51. What do we see here?
The photo, the photo from before, but zoomed in.
Okay, so
Why
he's
does a
actually
vacuum
taking the angle we saw
need a
before, but
video
zoomed in on
camera?
Correct.
And then you were able to watch this particular video play out in front of you?
Yes,
A
sir.
vacuum
Yeah,
cleaner
as far as
is a
states-
national security risk?
51, and what's depicting here, that video,
Okay.
that angle. What did you all discover when you watched it?
Dang.
Mr. Cyrus, I think, grabs several waters from that cooler and then places them all back
Okay.
as if he decided he didn't want them anymore.
Okay. Well, is it safe to say that this is kind of the moment that y'all realized he never took anything?
Yes, sir.
And all these, you've been able to watch a lot of these surveillance videos since then?
I would assume so.
And they were seized, your understanding as far as
From
you
my understanding. Yes, sir.
All right. States 3, do you agree that that's the surveillance videos taken from the Shell gas station?
I would agree.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't think that's a national security risk.
No, the state offers at this time, state's number 3 for admission of evidence. Well, to be clear, we're not publishing the report.
Yeah.
I thought it was just like a motion, not a motion sensor, but like if it hit something, it would back off. I didn't realize it had a camera in it. I've always wanted one, never got one. Now I guess I never will. I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. But I will note for the record that the defense says reserve the right to object on publication.
Big Brother can watch us, but our vacuum cleaners can't.
Deputy, who at the scene on the night of May 28, 2023, who ever said anything about Cyrus pointing a gun?
Nobody.
Nobody. You were the first to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony under oath is nobody told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun at anybody.
Yes, sir. No one told me that.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Does he say he ever saw a gun?
No, he said his son seen a gun.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Cyrus trying to run away?
He just said that he fell, kept running.
Okay. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away, in his own words.
He told him to drop the weapon, then proceeded to shoot one shot, or fire one round.
Okay. And I noticed at some point, he left the scene. Do you know where he went?
I don't know where he went. I can assume he probably went.
Well, don't do that.
All right.
He left the scene.
He did.
And we see in your body cam when he's coming back up to where Cyrus is, and you speak with him.
Yes, sir.
Speak a little louder.
All right, let me ask you again. On your body cam, we see you approach him as he's coming back towards the scene. We know he's there when you get there. But at some point, you're able to meet him as he's coming back from Park Lane towards the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, it looks like you're telling him to stay put. You want to speak with him when you get a chance.
Objection on reading.
All right, let me rephrase it.
Just rephrase.
Explain, if any, difficulties you had as far as having witnesses stand still and stay put. Do you remember anything about that in your body cam?
Yeah, I remember telling Mr. Chow to stay by my vehicle.
Okay. How many times?
Multiple. He kept moving around, so I kept instructing him to stay where he was.
Anything else that you were involved with that night? Evidence, at the scene, and then going back to the Park Lane and operating the body-worn camera. Anything else you remember?
That's it.
All right, I will just remind you, you talked earlier about the backpack, recovering it. This is states 12. Stephanie, can we put 33 up? You recognize states 12?
I do.
What is it?
Backpack, of course.
And is that the same backpack we see in states number 33
Yes, sir.
that you recovered from that drainage ditch?
Yes, sir.
You're on the state offer states 12 for mission.
No objection.
Be admitted to stage 12 without objection.
I just want to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Let me ask real quick, but I think I'm winding down. You identified them earlier, states 10, state 7.
Yes, sir.
State 7 was what?
The shell casing.
The marker AB.
Yes, sir.
10.
Firearm from Mr. Chow.
The state, this time off for states 10, 7 for mission evidence. Real quick.
All right, states 7 and 10 will be admitted without objection.
Only other thing that I think I just sort of left out. Do you remember?
Do the knockoff ones count?
Oh, wait a minute.
So they got knockoff ones. The Dyson 360s are a lot cheaper than the Roombas.
What, if anything, you know how there's a timestamp on your body-worn camera video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, for this price, I wanted to lay down new carpet too. $1,300.
Stage 52. Did you notice anything about the timing when you were viewing the different
Zeros,
cameras and camera angles within the
heard of
gas
that one
station as
before.
far as times associated with those videos?
Yes, sir. I realized it was off by a few days as well as the time was off.
Okay. So the times and dates on some of the cameras from within the gas station didn't quite match up.
Yes, sir.
I had another stack of pictures I meant to talk to you about earlier, but they hid from me and I told you. This is 44 through 48, just quickly. Look at those, look, you just tell me if you recognize them.
I don't vacuum. Travis vacuums.
I do.
Okay. Sorry, you recognize those?
I do.
All right. As far as states
They're all over Amazon.
48 and 47, what are we seeing in those pictures?
2 cell phones.
Okay, where are those located?
Right now, in
Where
that
were they
picture?
in this picture?
No, on the counter.
Where? Where was the counter?
Oh, inside the store.
Okay, gotcha. What, just a white and black cell phone?
Yes, sir.
You know, state office. How are these in other states? States 47 and 48 for Michigan Demos.
47, 48. No objection.
All right, stage 48, 47 and 48 will be admitted without objection.
States 45 and 46, what do we see here?
You see a white shoe, almost like an Air Force One, located within the store as well, next to that counter where the phones are located.
Okay. States 45 and 46 for Michigan Demos.
No objection.
All right, that'll be admitted to stage 45 and 46 without objection.
States 44?
Oh, that's inside the store.
Okay. And that just, does that
Judge,
indicate?
you do have an objection to that. The publishing meeting. Pre-trial motion.
Oh, okay, that's fair. What number was that, Mr. Scott?
44.
All right. Go ahead.
Just fairly and accurately represent
I
the
went
pitch,
along with it
rather,
because I saw the
of
R2D2
store look on
thing
the night of
yesterday.
May 28th,
I'm trying to find it. I
Yes, sir.
can't find it.
State officer states 44 for Michigan.
Be admitted to stage 44, subject to the pretrial date.
Deputy English, please answer any questions that Mr. Sorlin has for you.
I think we're going to break for lunch at this point. I suspect Mr. Furley's cross-examination may be a little bit lengthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. It is 12:40. Let's be back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll try to get started as soon thereafter as we can. Again, don't discuss the case, don't do any research, or anything of that nature, and enjoy the lunch. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Darn it. I can't find it. And I don't know where don't remember where I saw it. All I can find are like skins. All I can find are skins, but it's an actual R2D2. I don't know what it's made out of. It's probably 3D printed. And it's like him, and it goes on top of the Roomba. So when the Roomba goes, it looks like it's R2D2. That's the only reason I wanted a Roomba. I saw it, and I showed Travis, and I said, we need to get a Roomba so I can get this and have R2D2 vacuum for us.
We would just ask the witness to be excused for just the duration of this brief argument.
Okay. How about the
I also wanted to see if Shadow would ride it. She likes to ride. She likes to get on my walker. I don't use it very much anymore, but He likes to get on the seat of the walker. Is that one of the ones where you can turn around and sit down?
We just conferred with the state about.
She likes to get on the seat of the walker, and I go all over the house so
some
that
of the
she
body
can sit.
cam from the scene that night, and this is all in relation to the impression the state has just made in front of the jury that no one said anything about Mr. Carmack Felton pointing a weapon at Andy Chow. So obviously in cross-examination to combat that, we would like to play the statements of Rick Chow made to both Deputy English as well as Deputy Carter on scene, as we just saw as Mr. Chow starts getting into the substance of what happened. Deputy English just walked away, actually at the very moment that he starts describing, what's going on with his gun. So our basis to admit both of these exhibits, and specifically Carter's, would be the stipulation between the parties that we took up before trial that all of the body camera in this case is authentic and meets the 8036 business record hearsay exception. During the conference that we just had with the state, it brought up that we had some objections to the content of some of the video. I just would reiterate that those objections we had to some of the content were based on the confrontation clause, not any hearsay argument which we've already stipulated around. And the confrontation clause is unique to the accused, and we raised that because we were concerned about the state not calling all of these other purported eyewitnesses. So that being said, we also supplement the basis for admission under 106, the rule of completeness. We just heard a segment of Mr. Chow's statement that the state wants into evidence, and we would like for the jury to hear the entirety of that statement must be considered in its totality to thoroughly understand the context and obviously cross-examine this witness about the impression we just made in front of the jury.
We were just shown two envelopes labeled English body-worn camera. We just spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what needed to be redacted out of English's body-worn camera. We did that and played it today. So I'm unclear what they want to introduce as far as English body cam, because we just played it today. And all I've seen is an envelope labeled English body camera. The other one was Carter. I believe they had Carter on their witness list. There has been no stipulation as far as hearsay exception. The statute is 19-5-520. And again, that is why we spent a lot of time muting several parts of our body-worn camera belonging to English, because there was a general objection to things that were spoken about in those body cameras. And what they're seeking to do is introduce through English, the next witness who's on the stand now, something he didn't hear, something he wasn't privy to. It was a statement made to another officer. They can call him to the stand. And then I got a problem, because what is the exception they're offering? It couldn't be a party opponent. They're trying to offer something Mr. Chow said to another officer who's not in the courtroom today. I don't know what the exception is, but they certainly can call him to the stand to talk about any statements he made to law enforcement that night. They can certainly call Chick Chow to the stand to say anything that he remembers saying to law enforcement at the time. So just to be clear, I know this is confusing. I have not dealt with the case that we have. They are seeking to introduce a body-worn camera that contains a statement made by Chick Chow to an officer. And they're seeking to do it through English. He wasn't there to hear any of these statements. I don't understand how he can, testify to this conversation. All they got to do is call Deputy Carter to authenticate the video, to talk about what he's saying, what the defendant's saying, but then they still have the hearsay further. So they can certainly call him to the stand, and if he says something different, then we can impeach him with a prior statement. I don't know if it's a confusing situation to talk about. They're trying to introduce something that this officer wouldn't be privy to. something that's picked up by a completely different officer's camera.
So,
Your Honor, the facts of what he did not hear are just as proper to ask this witness about in the context of what he is now saying, that, you know, there was no statement made on the scene that night that Mr. Carmack Belton pointed a gun at Andy Chow. That was very much communicated to officers on scene that night. And the state is really...
English's body-worn camera is already in exhibit.
English's body-worn camera, so what we're really talking about is Carter's body-worn camera. When English is asking Mr. Chow, you know, what happened, and he starts getting into the substance of it, and the very line that he starts referencing the gun that Mr. Carmack Belton had, he walks away to go talk to Andy Chow.
Okay, well, I think everybody saw that already.
Right, and so the rest of the statements that Mr. Chow is making about the gun to Deputy Carter, there is no objection the state can have at this point in time, regardless of whether this witness has knowledge. We have stipulated to the foundation, we have stipulated to the hearsay exception.
I think it's still got to properly come in through the appropriate witness.
That would be for the purpose of establishing a foundation, if I'm not mistaken. And we've already stipulated that.
I don't see how English establishes an appropriate foundation for Carter's body cam.
Well, we've stipulated that it need not be authenticated. No additional foundation needs to be laid for any of the 911, any of the body cam, or any of the surveillance.
I don't think anybody has done that.
And I'm...
I did the business record affidavit motion, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the notice that we sent, and even on the record, we said that pursuant to section 19.5.520. So I'm not sure what Taylor Briefing keeps talking about. That's not the grounds that we got those business record affidavits under. We got it under the statute. And what we talked about on Friday was that the business record affidavit, the purpose for the body-worn cameras is that the videos themselves are authentic, meaning we didn't have to call English to say, yes, this is my body camera. But their main objection, I believe Mr. McCullough was the one who said it, was that, yes, we will say that these videos are authentic, but we may have objections to the hearsay that are in the business record, which is typical with any business record. If it was a medical record and there was hearsay in it, you couldn't just put the medical records in. And that was the whole thing yesterday with English's body-worn camera and the statements of Lori and Kennedy and the other witnesses. They want all that muted because it was hearsay. It's the same thing in Carter's. And that's why the video surveillance is, you know, is hearsay in those body cameras. And English didn't even hear the conversation. And like you said, there's no hearsay exception. We did not stipulate to hearsay in the videos of the body camera.
Your Honor, we're pretty flatly misrepresenting the record. Our entirety of our objection was 1 under 403, which the court recalls, and 2 under the confrontation clause, which is unique to a defendant. We have stipulated that the business record notice we got that contains reference to the statute that the state just cited is the notice of intent to offer business records, which is the hearsay exception. We agreed that all of this meets the first line of hearsay exception. And now the state is trying to dig itself out of this stipulation when it, like, we're offering this to save time. It's going to come in anyway. If the state doesn't want, you know, us to be able to correct the impression that it just made, I think we would need to give the court reporter time to listen to the question and answers that the state just asked this witness about who said what about Mr. Carmack Belton pointing a gun at Andy Chow that night. And we haven't even gotten to the rule of completeness issue. If that needs to be reserved for our case, then so be it. But in fairness, there's no reason under the agreements that we have already made that this can't be offered time now.
The agreements are, it is what it purports to be, not that it comes in through any witness. Do we just not need to put it in? We just throw everything to the jury? So we already stipulated, nothing here to see. Well, that's what you're asking, essentially.
If the parties were to agree to all the, try to get legal issues, then we theoretically could do that. But I just don't understand what this state's issue is with putting the complete statement of the defendant.
Appropriate with it.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, if you need to cross-examine him off of his body worn camera, you can, but not off the car.
Understood, Your Honor.
Anything else? Mark and jury, please, Mr. Cole.
No, sir.
Did you have,
Cross-examination?
Judge, we'd like to offer this according to what we just discussed.
You're welcome to.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had a matter of law. There you go. All right, Mr. English, I remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Swerve.
Thank you, hey, Mr. English, let me ask you, when you were standing there and you had been talking to Mr. Chow, at some point when you asked the question, you walked away, somebody called you and you walked away from Mr. Chow. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was in the middle of a conversation about whether or not somebody saw the weapon or not,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Carter was standing right near you, was he not?
If I can remember so.
Pardon?
If I can remember correctly.
And did you happen to hear the conversation between Mr. Carter and Mr. Chow?
No, sir.
Did you happen to review it later?
No, I never watched his body count.
Are you aware, and I'm not
Yeah,
going to ask
that's
you the
what I'm
details, but
talking
are you
about,
aware
Marty.
of what Mr. Chow told Mr. Carter?
No, sir.
But you do agree that at the time you were asking that question, you got interrupted and walked away, and Mr. Chow was standing there. You didn't follow up, correct?
Correct.
All right. Got a few questions
And
I'd like
even if
to
it
ask
started
you.
scooping and another cat got in the box, it would
When you
stop.
arrived on the scene,
It was cool. It just, they kept breaking.
Mr. Chow was still there, correct?
Correct.
And
I
his
guess
son
the
was
motor
still there,
burned out on it or
correct?
something.
I don't recall it.
You don't remember whether, okay. All right. And did you observe what Mr. Chow was doing when you arrived?
I know when I arrived, he told me that there was a firearm on the ground.
Did
There was
you
a what?
see him giving any kind of life-saving measures to Mr. Carmichael Belton?
No.
You did not see it?
I observed the other female
Okay.
giving chest
But
compressions.
he was standing there
Close
at
to.
the time you saw him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he stayed there, and he spoke with you when you asked him some questions, correct?
Briefly, yes, sir.
Yeah. And we've already established that at some point you didn't follow up with the question, but Mr. Carter was standing right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you went ahead and you found the book bag in, I don't know, what you call it, a ditch or whatever.
The
it
drainage
may be.
ditch, yes, sir.
And you picked up the book bag, and at the point that you picked it up, you did not realize it had anything to do with the case. Is that correct?
I was unsure.
Pardon?
I was unsure if it had anything to do with it, yes, sir.
But you did take it into your possession.
Correct.
And did you open the bag?
I looked inside briefly.
All right. And do you recall whether or not what was in the bag? Some papers?
Miscellaneous
You didn't see any
documents.
money in the bag, did you?
Not that I can recall. No, miscellaneous items, a few documents, that's it.
Okay. And what did you do with the bag at that point?
Put it back in my trunk.
And that's where you put the other items as well?
Correct.
When you found the Taurus 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the area, you went ahead and you picked that up, is that correct?
Correct.
And you took it over to your vehicle as well?
Correct.
I think that's on the video.
Yes, sir.
And you went ahead and cleared, what we call clear the gun, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you cleared the gun, you realized the gun was loaded, correct? Did you pull the magazine out as well?
I did.
And the magazine had a full clip, correct?
It had rounds in the magazine, yes.
And there was when you pulled back the slide on the Taurus 9, there was a bullet in the chamber. Is that
It was a
correct?
round in the chamber, correct. Yes, sir.
And you removed that bullet from the chamber, and then you safely put it in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the pistol was ready to fire, correct? If there was one in the chamber?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
Now, also, with respect to this, I guess you call it a laser, light, this was something that you put on a pistol, correct?
The tack light was an attachment.
In this particular situation, this is a combination of the laser and a light, correct?
Yes.
That you put on a pistol.
That you can
And it
attach
has
to
a
it.
certain groove on top of the pistol and the bottom to go ahead and attach it to it?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you said it was common, but I mean, law enforcement doesn't carry those, as part of your normal duty, do you?
Law enforcement carry tack lights. That is correct.
They carry a tack light?
Yes, sir.
With a laser?
No, with the laser.
Okay, well, that's what I'm
Light.
asking. What's the point of having a laser on a tack light?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Accuracy?
It could be, sure.
You can put the laser on a target and it's dead center, correct? You can hit that target because the laser hits that target, does it not?
I'm not an armorer, so I'm not sure.
All right. But you agree that the laser itself is not standard equipment, it's not something that's common, correct?
Yes.
Tack light is,
Yes.
but not something with the laser.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go that far to say that's a common, some common instrument on a pistol, correct?
That's not common. No.
All right, and this was a semi-automatic. Were they hollow points or full jacket bullets?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you cleared it, you put it in your vehicle, and then you found the laser tack light, correct?
Correct.
And you took that to your vehicle and you stored it in your vehicle as well, correct?
No, I didn't pick up.
What did you do with that?
Stayed there till crime scene came. It was marked.
Okay, but it was taken into evidence.
It was, yes, I guess you could say
didn't, but
that.
somebody else took it.
Yes.
And as far as you were concerned, I believe you put it in your report, that tack light laser went with the 9mm Taurus pistol.
It could have been
Correct.
attached to it, yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
In fact, you wrote a report about that,
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay. So again, let me just ask one, you cannot explain to the jury why someone would have a laser on a pistol? Or what the purpose of it is?
No, just because I'm not an armorer, but I noticed it had a flashlight on it.
Pardon?
I realized it had a flashlight on it, which
Well,
is a
flashlight, yeah,
tactical
we're talking
attachment.
about a laser with a red dot.
Yes, I'm
Can
not.
you tell the jury, as your law enforcement, how long you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
Okay. You cannot tell the jury why you would have a red dot, a laser on a vehicle?
You can use it for accuracy. Law enforcement doesn't carry it unless it's on a rifle. But as far as anything else, I'm not too sure. It's not really common, but the flashlight portion of it is very common. People use it when they want to see at nighttime, see into a room that's dimly lit. That's what you use the flashlight portion for. That's
Sure.
correct.
But when you made a comment on direct examination that it was common, you were referring to the light. You were not referring to the laser with the red dot, correct?
Correct. Yes, the flashlight is
not-
common.
Correct?
Sure.
All right, so we know Mr. Carter was standing there. Let me, you also, so you found the Taurus, you found the light, laser light, you found the bag. Did you, you knew that the folks had come down from the gas station down to that area, correct?
Can you ask the
On
question
street?
again?
The people had come from the gas station down to the area where Mr. Carmichael Belton was, correct? From the gas station down.
The bystanders?
street. Pardon?
Bystanders?
I'm sorry?
Who were,
No,
what people?
the people that were involved, Mr. Chow, his son.
Yes, they
Carmichael
came
Belton.
from the gas station to the incident location. Yes, sir.
And you had found the bag on the side off the road, correct?
In the drainage ditch. Yes, sir.
Did you conduct any search on either side of the road for any other item that you were aware of? Or did you?
Briefly, just in between making contact with witnesses and EMS personnel and fire personnel and Mr.
Were there
Carter.
woods and there are bushes on both sides of the road, correct?
Sure.
All right. And are you aware of whether or not a search was made of both sides of the road to see if there were any objects that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall.
There were some people that came to the scene that were in one way or another were witnesses, supposedly witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And did you interview any of them to find out exactly where they were standing to determine whether or not they could observe what they were saying?
I talked to them briefly, but investigations were there. And
Okay.
investigators.
And that's what I'm trying to decide who's doing what, but that's not something you did.
I mean, I can if I'm the only one on scene, but.
Pardon?
I can if I'm the only one on scene,
I know.
but due to having other personnel there, I
Yeah,
allowed
right,
them
but
to
that's
do
what I'm saying. There were other people there. You did not do that.
Correct.
Let me ask you, this young man, Mr. Carmichael Belton, was 14 years of age. Is it legal for him to have a pistol?
It's not legal for him, for
Pardon?
any juvenile, no.
Was it legal for him to enter a store that's marked with no weapons and may enter?
I don't know if it was posted.
Pardon?
I don't know if it was posted, but no, it's not
If it
legal.
was.
No, it's not legal.
It's not legal, correct?
Correct.
So it's a criminal offense.
Correct.
And it would be a criminal offense for him to possess that particular weapon as well.
It'd be a
correct?
weapons law violation, correct.
But turning on the other side, you were able to determine that Mr. Chow had a concealed weapon permit, correct?
When he showed me, that is correct.
And that he had it, when you saw him, he had it in his holster, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about the collection of evidence. And did you collect any other items of evidence at that point?
No, besides what we marked with the AA marker and AB marker, the backpack and the firearm.
And you marked those with those markers, and I think one of
Crime
those
scene
markers
did.
was a notebook that you put down
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure you knew exactly where it was?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, I'm just going to go through, we're just going to hit some points that I'd like to make, and if you permit me one time to read it a little bit. I'm not going to ask you some questions I've already asked you, but the backpack, do you remember anything that was in the backpack? Did you make an inventory of anything in the backpack?
No, like I said, miscellaneous documents, like two brushes.
Okay. But you didn't find any money in the backpack?
Not that I can recall, no.
Were you the one that got the 2 cell phones and the shoe? Or was that something you picked up or somebody else picked
If I'm not mistaken, maybe crime scene. I'm not sure though.
up? Okay, that's fine. You would agree that you did not you didn't conduct a full interview yet like you would want to of Mr. Chow, correct? There was just a couple of moments that you spoke to him and you had to go off somewhere else.
I just asked him what happened.
Pardon?
I just asked him
Right, but you
what
agreed
took
it
place.
was a brief conversation.
Brief conversation,
And
correct?
it wasn't really no follow-up questions, correct?
Not from me, no.
Excuse me one minute. Dr. Belabor, appreciate you being here. Let's just ask you one more question. Is that, as I understand it, you were in the middle of it or talking to Mr. Chow when you got called away and were not able to finish an interview with him, correct?
Correct. That was where Mr. Carter took over.
Thank you.
Redirect. Okay, then you test about these laser sights help in accuracy. Is that what you said?
It could help with accuracy. You see it more on a rifle than you do a pistol.
Did you have any reason to believe Cyrus used the laser inside of the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe he brandished the gun inside the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe?
That's not proper in the record. I didn't ask anything about that.
He was asking about the laser and what they're used for and aiming weapons, right? Wasn't that the question you were asked earlier? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe, while you're on scene, that he brandished the weapon or used the laser in the parking lot of the Shell gas station?
No, sir. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Is any of that called that you're aware of?
That he brandished a weapon?
Yeah, object, because that's not redirect.
Or flashed a laser at any point?
I know that happens.
I'm going to sustain that.
All right. You were asked about 14-year-olds can't legally carry guns, and you said, that's correct, I cannot.
Yeah, that's correct. That legally cannot.
And then it's a criminal offense.
It is.
Concealed weapons permit users have to follow the laws too, do they not?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, laws still apply to concealed weapons permits.
That is correct.
You were asked about money. Did you have reason to believe, or to your knowledge, did people move some evidence around before you guys got there?
Yes.
Okay. I think in your body camera, Mr. Chow even says he moved
The firearm,
the
correct.
firearm. Okay. How did the shoe, Cyrus Carmack Belton's shoe, and how did those 2 cell phones get inside the convenience store?
Someone had to move them.
Somebody moved them there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't find any money, but you were told by the Chows that they had moved evidence around.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down, Deputy. Thank you for being here.
John. Ask what is not facing.
Mr. Disapproach.
Yes, sir.
Hang tight.
investigator.
Call me Mr.
Mr. English, when he was on the stand, that one, about who did he tell, was anyone told, or did Mr. Chow someone told? Point. Yeah, I'm just trying to use keywords.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say that he ever saw a gun? He said his son seen a gun, Cyrus trying to run away. He said he just said he fell and kept running. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away in his own words? He told him to drop the weapon and proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round. Is that what you're doing?
No, ma'am.
It was right before.
It was right there, yeah.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
The testimony under oath is nobody said, told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun that night. Answer was no, so no one told me that.
The question was, nobody told you.
Okay, is there anything further after that? I just want to make sure it's clear.
And then your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say he ever saw a gun? That's where I just read.
Ma'am?
That's where I just read all that
Okay.
before.
Okay, I want to do that, and I just want to be clear and cover myself for the record. I understand your question, Your Honor. Understanding, and we want to properly put this in, we believe the connotation left with the jury, and if you cite rules specifically 106, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. I wonder if we take, and I've shown these, Your Honor, and I've shown these to the stage. These are part of the transcripts of the video that you have already seen. The first one at the top of it says English number 1. That is what you watched and what the jury watched on the video screen. If you notice, it is highlighted yellow. At the last yellow line, it shows when this officer walked away. If you then go to the second page, which says Carter number 1, it shows where the question that was being asked of Mr. Chow, in which he was continuously answering the question that started from Mr. English and allowed him to finish the question that he was asking. So I'm showing you this is a continuous, contemporaneous statement, in which it goes against the solicitors making the suggestion that Mr. Chow never said on the side, and I know of course when he said it, but never said on the side that a gun was pointed at him and that we his son. And if we go to number 3 of that, that is when he specifically states the gun had been pointed at his son. We are just offering that, Your Honor, as in the reason I've given you those 3 pages is to show that this is not a portion of a statement. It is one continuous matter. It is not, and I know it seems like it's 2 separate body cams, but it's one statement is why this is important. So I know it makes it seem as though Mr. English is doing one interview and Mr. Carter is doing one. It is one interview and Mr. Chow is giving one consistent statement. And then to stop it where they have stopped it and say, well, that's all we want to utilize, and then to be able to ask this officer what he didn't say anything to you about pointing his son, pointing or firearm being pointed at his son. We don't know what they're going to call Carter. And of course, we have the right to do it. We also have the right if we want to, and that's why I didn't want this officer to leave until I heard the question. We possibly impeach him, and I understand now that I've heard the question, the court may not allow him to do it. But specifically under Rule 106, and if you read the case law that discusses under the rule under 106, it talks about this situation in which it's a continuous statement. So that would just be our position, that we should have the right at this point in time, and not to wait until our own case or wait until the next officer, to be able to put in the entirety of what happened on the scene at that point in time, so we don't leave the jury with the impression, the incorrect impression, that this was not said. Because we know it actually was said at that point in time. And I understand the court is saying, well, you guys can go ahead and call them, but that goes against what the rule of completeness means. That we should be able to do it right now because it's fresh in the jury's mind. Making us wait a week and a half or however long this case would take is why the rule is actually been created. Thank you, and I apologize for making the jury go out, but I think I need it. And I can happily, if the court wants, I think we already put the body on camera. I know I gave you the clips, I think we actually put it in the direct to the Vegas courts.
All right, well, I think I've already ruled, but I'll allow you to make your record.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Cole, unanimous. You still want Mr. English still under subpoena?
We do, Your Honor, but I do not mind him leaving the courtroom. We will contact him. I think we'll be either the other one who's sitting around. It's okay if we contact him when we do the retestify. You said that won't work?
No.
Okay, then he's under subpoena.
You're still subject to the subpoena, but you can leave today.
I think he said yes would work. Oh, yeah, I thought he said that would work. I was, just let y'all clear it up before you. Can I just talk to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'll just call him. In Washington, D.C., starting tomorrow, we'll be there until September, and I was not going to do that to anyone on this thing. We can figure out a creative way to get the rest of that information in. But I would have that conversation just now. I understand that. I want to make this work.
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thanks for being here, Bill.
We aren't if possible doing things that I just gave you if we can make this work.
Yep.
Thanks.
12, 13, 14. 13, 14. All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, understanding that we will, based upon the court's rulings, have to, and we have no problem with calling Investigator Carter. One, I want to make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena. They don't have to tell me if they're planning on calling, just make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena.
We told them we were not going to call. That's what I told them.
But he has not been released from the state subpoena as of now, so he is still under subject to the subpoena prior to court. So we would just ask the state not release him and not tell him that he may not be required to testify.
I told him I would not be calling. So y'all need to do it.
Yeah, the court in fairness, now that we're hearing and seeing what is put on, you understand my concern for making the court's witness so he is not able to just avoid. I think that is a rule. My concern, Your Honor, is, and I understand you can affair this purpose, but to put that testimony in and then realize that they were never going to put in the second part and now put that question in front of the jury, this is why the rule of completeness exists, and say, and they knew they weren't going to call this witness? That's why. They knew they were going to call this witness. They asked that question specifically. They knew they were never going to put this witness on. And then to say that we don't have a right to put the rest of the statement in unless we do something else and not do it. I just asked, we have no problem calling this witness, but it's very wild that the state is saying, well, I told them I wasn't going to call him.
I thought they were going to subpoena him. They have the same subpoena powers we do. They gave us their witness list, and he was not.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm just making sure that if they have had contact with him, he is a deputy, law enforcement, always much easier for the state to have someone show up to the district. That's all I'm asking. They've had contact with him, make sure he's not released with the subpoena, the defense will be calling him, or he can be told that he is a court witness and cannot be released. I'm very concerned now, especially given the impression that they just gave to this jury that there's a reason that they don't want this witness to show up. Yeah. And then there's And then this goes back to Mr. Curtis, that there was the question of whether or not, and I know there's confusion now, whether there was a stipulation that all this information would be coming in. And so there was some confusion there. But that being said, I will happily call him so long they don't release him or he make him a court's witness. And if this is an exercise in trying to get the full and fair information out, you simply say, well, we don't know where this witness is. And then I can't stress enough, putting that information in front of the jury and knowing that the next question is not going to be asked, that's a close call.
That was a very clear question. Who said to you anything about pointing a gun? I didn't say who has ever said it. And by the way, here's the thing that everybody needs to know. He never told Carter, so he never used the word point with him either, did he?
Then there should be no problem with putting the rest of it in.
Call him.
That's what I just said.
Just want to make sure for the record, I know the jury's not in here, but I mean, these words like nefarious keep getting used, and I've kind of reached my field.
I have too. You got an ethical issue. You got an ethical issue. Go down the street and stop accusing people of ethical problems in this courtroom. I haven't seen one yet. I see two very excellent and capable teams advocating for their positions, but I haven't seen anything unethical, and I'm tired of hearing about it. I understand. I'm getting impatient. We want one witness, and we keep arguing about how many angels we can put on the head of a needle. I've ruled on the issue. You are all great lawyers. You know how to send a subpoena. If you need Carter, you can send him a subpoena. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next witness?
I've been ready.
Get adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Going next witness.
The state calls Justin Martin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Justin Martin,
Mr. Martin, where do you work?
the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And what is your job there?
I am a body cam and video analyst.
How long have you done that job?
Almost 10 years.
What are some of the duties that you have as your role as a body camera and video analyst?
I help gather and distribute digital evidence for our office to receive from law enforcement and then to distribute to defense attorneys. I assist with technical issues that might occur with that digital evidence, specifically with video, surveillance video, body-worn camera videos that might have compatibility issues, and I help the court in achieving redactions to evidence and creating demonstrative pieces of evidence to be entered into court for court proceedings.
In fact, did you do that in some of the videos in this trial?
That is correct.
So in your role, do solicitors and sometimes, I guess, defense attorneys come to you and commonly ask you for your help in troubleshooting or accessing evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is it common for solicitors to ask you to put together PowerPoints and other presentations of digital evidence associated with the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes it's one of the purposes of your PowerPoint presentations to condense hours of video footage into shorter, more easily viewable clips.
Yes, we very commonly receive a large amount of video as part of cases. Some of the video that we might receive may be only a very small portion of what we actually receive would be pertaining to the case.
And in this case, were you asked to create a PowerPoint containing shorter video clips derived from some of the video surveillance from the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the entity that digital evidence in cases typically come from?
Our largest law enforcement agency that we prosecute cases for would be Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And is that the agency investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there some type of database that law enforcement uses to share that evidence with the solicitor's office and you share with the defense attorneys?
That is correct. We most of our law enforcement agencies utilize evidence.com and some cloud-based storage and delivery system that they can upload not only their body-worn camera or dash video or interviews up to, but also other elements of items of evidence that might be associated with the case, like surveillance or phone dumps, documents, or whatever other material that might be necessary.
Okay. And were the videos that you used to create the video clips in your PowerPoint slides, the store surveillance, came from the store surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the store surveillance in this case, were there about 22 store surveillance videos associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the duration of some of that footage on those videos up to about 2 hours long?
Yes. Every video file had a different duration. Some of them were very long, some of them were 30 minutes, some of them were over 2 hours.
Okay. Do some of the videos have audio?
Yes.
And some of them don't?
That's correct.
And as part of your role as a video analyst, do you commonly come across digital evidence, especially like videos, that require unique and specific players to access it?
Yes, it's not uncommon for surveillance video systems to use proprietary video codecs that are required in which to review those videos after the fact.
Okay, and I guess is the MP4 format the most common way to play a video?
An MP4 is the most common in these days video file type that you would find in everyday life. YouTube is mostly MP4s. There's settings on your phone that can create MP4s. It's ubiquitous. It's widespread. MP4s are a very common video file type.
Were some of the videos in this case saved as a BVR file?
That is correct.
And can the average MP4 video player play a BVR file?
A BVR file is a proprietary video file that needs a specific program to open.
And is it a free program?
No.
Okay, what's it called?
Blue Iris, I believe.
Okay, so you have to purchase that software to play the videos.
There is a free trial, but yes, it is a limited trial. You must purchase that software to have access to those videos long term.
All right, may we approach?
Sure.
Good gravy, Marie, this trial. Can we have a trial? What is all this? Sidebar and objections and...
Okay, so did you convert some of those BVR format videos to MP4?
Yes, I use the Blue Iris software that has a limited term to convert it into an MP4 so that we could utilize it in the courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize what's on the CD?
Yes.
Did you make that CD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is on this?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that has video clips of the videos from the video system within the store. More or less clips that just show the action of what occurred in the store as the victim walks in and as the victim leaves, the actions that occurred within the store there. Clips that were removed from the full files of the videos that were received from Richland County Sheriff's Department.
At this point, the state requests to enter number 4 into evidence.
Well, Your Honor, I think it is admitted, we certainly conceded surveillance obtained from our business was admissible insofar as with the reservations of the
Can you
discussion.
speak up one?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We earlier agreed, Your Honor, to the admissibility, or at least business record admissibility, subject to any further objection. I am not yet clear what this gentleman means by PowerPoint, whether there is editorializing. He is not an expert, as I understand it. He is an investigator who was asked to put video surveillance obtained from our store together. If it is simply video surveillance tagged one after the other in some fashion, I don't know that I have an objection. If it has editorial commentary, whether it's typewritten on the screen or otherwise, I'm just not sure what we got here. That's my problem.
We'll be entering the Rule 1006. It's just a large amount of videos condensed in different video clips.
Commentary or anything of that.
The only thing that we have is like, slide numbers and like that alphanumerical, just like a little thing on the bottom so that we know like what slide is what. These are all from the work around.
I forgot I moved the mic out of the way because Shadow was on the desk. I asked if the jury was there.
One second.
Shadow just jumped 3 feet in the same spot, just up. I don't know what scared her.
Well, hold on a second. State 3 is already in the evidence. Just wasn't published, so it doesn't even need to be on. This is. Go ahead.
Now, in some instances, are you asked to edit videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say edit, you didn't change or alter any of the people's actions or the contents or anything, any audio of these videos, did you?
No, I typically all I will do is stretch out video to make it so that it's a little easier to see. By that I mean to make the frame or the action on screen take up more space on a display.
I guess they are.
I might
But they're like
make
arguing
a
stuff
clip
in open court.
and say edit. Like that includes just taking a piece of the video out of the larger video to show a clip of it so that we're not watching a full 2-hour video where there's only maybe 5 seconds of action on that video. That is correct. I'm not changing the scenario or adjusting people's location within the frame, specifically just condensing some of the material that was provided.
Okay, and can you edit a video to slow it down, speed it up, and zoom into certain parts?
That's right, yes.
That's true.
oftentimes we'll slow down video to
But
allow the
after the
action to
sidebar ended,
spread out over more time to give the
they
viewer
were
a little
just
bit more time to
talking
see
in open
what's
court.
going on.
So I
The
thought
same
maybe they
goes
let
for
the
when we
jury
say
go out,
zoom in,
but
like stretching
they
it
didn't.
out so that say what we're trying to see is just taking up a very small piece of the video up on the top right corner or something like that. We'll just expand that up so that it takes up more space on the display, so what's occurring there in that corner is just a little bit easier for people to see.
Okay, and can you like amplify audio and volume and stuff like that?
Yes, when I adjust audio, I adjust the gain, which is the baseline level of the audio, so it raises the volume of all of the audio that was captured equally. I don't go in and highlight specific areas of audio to gain, to bring the volume level up. I gain the entire audio track so that it all lifts up.
Okay. And can you also combine, or I guess stitch footage from different camera angles in different videos into a continuous sequence?
Yeah, so in many cases we'll have video files that are just a specific camera location, but if there's action occurring where there's 4 or 5 cameras pointing at that action, I can cut between the different camera angles to follow the action as it moves around within a location, within a store, wherever the video is taking place.
And did you do those types of editing in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said your presentation is in a PowerPoint format, so you can actually like play the video on each slide in the PowerPoint?
Yes, each slide is a different clip of video that was lifted from the material provided from the surveillance systems within the Shell store.
And did you add like slide numbers to the top right just to kind of so you can see what slide is what?
Yes, to keep track of.
And did you add, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Did you add like an alphanumeric to like A3 on the bottom just so like you'll, just as an organization tool for you?
Yeah, so there's a folder that has the clips labeled, and yes, as an organizational tool, there is also a label on each slide that shows what the file name was of the clip that was pulled.
Okay. And when you're creating PowerPoints for a case, sometimes do the solicitors provide you with like some basic background information on the case, like time certain things happen or like who certain people in the video are?
Yes.
Okay. And does that help you kind of understand what you're looking for when you're making these videos?
Yes, especially in cases that have a voluminous amount of video, having a time frame of when the action occurs or an idea of what a suspect or a victim or somebody that is pertinent to the case can be extremely helpful.
And in this case, were you given information that the shooting happened around 8:04 p.m. and the victim entered the store a few minutes before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the videos, when you watched them and reviewed them, did you see timestamps on them?
Yes.
Okay, and where did those timestamps come from?
Typically, there's a lot of surveillance systems will burn into the image of the video time code and a date that is being fed to that file from the recording system of the surveillance video system. So many people will have, maybe you'll have a 4-camera system in your own home, and it'll plug into a little box, a DVR, just like some cable companies will have, where you can record videos at your home. But it will take the video feed from the cameras in different locations. It'll bring it into the DVR, and the DVR will place on the image of the video a date and a time based on what that box thinks the date and time is.
Okay, so when you were reviewing these videos, did you notice that different video angles had different timestamps?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that common to see? Or
yes.
is it uncommon to see, rather?
In the same location, it's not that common. Typically, business would, or a location would use the same system, and then that system would have the same date and time stamped into all of the videos. But in this case, there seems like there was multiple DVRs or different systems that were imprinting the date and time onto those video files.
Okay, and when you were reviewing these videos, were there some videos that like looked like it jumped into time?
Yes.
Okay, and what could be the reason for that?
So there's multiple reasons. If it's a same camera and you see a jump in time, that typically is because there is a motion sensor activation on that camera. So the camera will only record when it detects motion within a specific zone. Oftentimes those are customizable, and if you have a camera that's kind of facing the door of a business, it might make it so that if there's motion near the door, that the camera turns on and starts recording. So if there's no activity in a zone that's being monitored for motion, the camera can disengage and not record video, often to help save space and to focus on whenever there was activity in that area.
Okay, and kind of going back to the timestamps with the incorrect times, in past cases that you've reviewed videos for, have you looked at other types of evidence in the case, like maybe body-worn camera times or maybe times on 911 calls to kind of get an idea of what the correct time is?
Yes, body cams are typically plugged in at the end of the night. They recharge, and if there's a discrepancy with the timing on the device that it imprints on that video, it will adjust its clock so that it is accurate again. The same goes, 911 center has networked in their system, so whenever a 911 call occurs, it is always up to date with the accurate time. So surveillance video is typically more problematic about having an accurate date and time because those systems can lose power, and when they begin to receive power again, it does not always account for the time that has lapsed when it was without power. And if the administrator of that device doesn't go in and reset it every time that occurs, you start seeing discrepancies in the time that is being stamped into the video and what the actual time of that video being recorded actually is.
No further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Martin, you speak with great authority. You had formal training in editing.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I have a 2-year degree from York Technical College in video production.
You made movies?
I have made several local commercials many, many years ago, and I've been a content creator for the County of Richland for their public information channel. And so
you were asked to take surveillance video. You know how many hours of surveillance video? This was video that came from where? What was your understanding?
as far as within the Shell station, in this case specifically?
Whatever you're about to play for us is comprised of, I understood it to be surveillance camera videos. Is that full extent of it?
Yes, yes, sir.
It's not body camera footage.
That's correct.
And where is your understanding that surveillance footage came from?
7441 Park Lane Road.
The store, the Chow's. And you said that you had the participation of attorneys, some of these attorneys in the editing decisions and the construction of this PowerPoint you call it?
Yes, sir.
You said that there were a lack of synchronization in camera footage and so forth?
Yes, there was timestamps that were not consistent with the continuity of what was happening inside of the video.
So you made arbitrary decisions in the construction of this presentation because the cameras are not in sync. You made decisions, arbitrary decisions about what fit together.
I think arbitrary would be a strong word. There is continuity that occurs in a space. If somebody walks in and they're wearing a red shirt or a yellow jacket and they come in from a door, even if there is a discrepancy in the time, from another angle if that same person is coming in wearing the same clothes, even if the time is different, they perform the same actions, and then 30 seconds later, another person comes in. You start to build continuity in between the files because those actions and those people and those specific circumstances don't present again in any other time.
But your decisions and the advice you got from the prosecution, the prosecutors, you and the prosecutors chose what to emphasize in this PowerPoint, which is a distillation of the whole, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a Gamecock fan, I guess you would be able to take the films from the game we lose on Saturday night and make the Gamecocks look like winners on Sunday morning?
I don't think that's possible.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Clearly not a Gamecock.
All right, you step down. Our next witness.
State House Warren Carson.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this case is the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you for accepting the witness stand and state your full name for the record. State your full name.
Lori Ann Carson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm going to learn how to work a podium. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson.
Good afternoon.
Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so it just needs you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury. And also, I'm glad you did that. If you're nodding your head or saying if you could just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. We just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Where are you from?
Originally Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
All right. And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long have you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about
Yes, 8.
You got 8?
8.
All right. So let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023.
Yes.
So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right. Do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay. You do mind?
I do.
Do you have a daughter named Kim?
I do.
All right. And was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
What side of town was she living on?
Side of town, I don't know if that's, I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia or she lived off of Springtree, off of
So for the Spring Tree Park Lane area?
Yes, yes, I don't know what kind of,
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by Mr. the defendant, Rick Chow?
yes.
Yeah. Now I'm going to show you just a couple things real quick. First, it states exhibit number 18 and states exhibit number 19. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with states exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on the board now, so you can hand it back to me and you can look through it.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first one is states 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store,
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station.
All right. And I'm going to show you states number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better
That is
rendition?
correct, yes.
Okay, what is it you're seeing there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Park Lane.
All right. On the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes.
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose. And we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'd just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop at the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we're looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes,
Had you been in that store before?
twice.
All right. Can you tell me why you've gone into that store?
Yes, my grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors, so I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once, and they was like, come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there, and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
But having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the decoration?
Where the candy was at, yes. I knew where to go to find it.
Yes, ma'am. And you're a little bit familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something, stage exhibit number 52.
Same objection as before, Your Honor, but it's been indeed.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed as stage exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I did.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
Yeah, a lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from States 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
Yes.
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter?
Candy.
Or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running with the 2 other gentlemen behind following suit.
You said following suit. Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
What kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV.
Okay, BMW SUV?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State's Exhibit number 4. Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Springtree.
So that vehicle right there, is its paused, that's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is?
2017 BMW S5.
So, what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off, running with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when he was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped.
Okay.
So I was able to see.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22. So I'm going to hand you State's 20. Can you tell me what that is a photo of?
Yes, Springtree Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's 21. Can you show me what that's a photo of?
Just a bigger view of Springtree Drive.
And is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes.
7441 Parkland Road?
Yes.
The store belonging to Rick Chow, the defendant?
Yes.
You sure? Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled onto the lot, so I was at the edge.
Okay. And I'm gonna,
just off the street.
So what I'll do, Your Honor, will the witness step down? Sure. So I have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Carson, I'm going to give this to you, and you can point out. Are you comfortable pointing on this one?
Yes.
Or you want me to be here so you see, Your Honor? All right. Show us about where you would park.
I parked right here. I stopped right here.
Stopped in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as States 24, slide 24 from States number 4, exhibit number 4. Can you go to that, please? Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Chow and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes,
And that caught your attention?
yes.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I guess, I don't know if this is or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw from that vantage point.
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip, and he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Okay. Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
All right. What happened next? You can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down my window and asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb, and then as he was getting up, he fell down again, so he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him, and then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure there was no car coming. So then I drove down there when I stopped and asked if they needed help, was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of them, and Mr. Chow was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near the position where his head was at.
So let me ask this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them run in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, the defendant in this case, doing, or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw, he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hand?
I did not.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Well, let me change this around a little bit. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got down there, Mr. Chow was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Chow has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Where? Because I didn't see no blood anywhere. And so by then there was another female, and Mr. Chow, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up. And I saw the hole in the back. And they rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth. And I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he can breathe. And I told them to, the female, and to do, because I didn't know how to do CPR. So I told him to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression. And Mr. Chow was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot?
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Chow was in a shooting stance where he's standing upright with his legs and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute, let me move this. May she come down again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here. And I rolled down my window and he was in a stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? And he said, no. Call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and drove them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I couldn't.
Yeah, I see that.
I couldn't get the information out.
It bothered me too, seeing a 14-year-old kid. Yeah.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's the marked slide 20 of State's Exhibit 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. I'm sorry, slide 21 of State's Exhibit 4. So we looped back a little bit, just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw? You talk about shoot?
Shoot came on.
Okay, and that's what you saw?
I saw him run. He on the red, bright red
Could you see?
sweatshirt, so I was able to see him. But I saw a shoot that's white, and it just flew off as he was running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened, scared. He looked like he needed help.
And how is it that you could say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say that?
The way his eyes was just like a young child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because this is like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not, my daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. And I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go down there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
And you did that. And let's just be clear, you're not in any relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family.
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. So just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by, what, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw his backpack on his back, but I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Why does it take so long? Cross-examine, you should be up there asking questions. Oh, this trial's gonna irk me.
Good afternoon.
I know this was a startling event, but I need to ask you some questions. all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter, you went to this store to purchase something, a drink or something, is that right?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
And we've seen a video of your automobile, BMW SUV, I think you said. turn off of Park Lane onto Spring Tree, and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe when we get this going.
You be nice to her. She didn't do anything wrong. She was just a witness.
In a moment, when you get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. But now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? And your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy,
All right. And how old is she?
30, she's old, she's 30.
Don't say that's old.
She's not a baby.
She's a young lady, but she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right. So which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She was directly behind me.
And are your the windows in your vehicle are tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so, let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you. And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. Oops, right there. So, as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
I heard they put him on the stand and not his dad because his
So
dad's
up
English
beyond that
wasn't
bush
very
house?
good. Is that right?
And so your view would have been down the road, and so
I doubt
as you
that's true.
testified, you
I think that's
watched
probably
through
just
your
an
window.
excuse.
Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think. you said?
Yes, they're legally tinted though, they're not.
Okay. And the three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give the jury an indication with your pointer there where they ran by you, past you?
Well, as I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off all the steps as he started running. So Cyrus were here and the other two gentlemen was just passing my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off, the lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And let me ask you to stop you there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall. I don't recall.
do you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. I saw that. I saw the lady come and pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up? Or
Yes, she was, they was already off the
all right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus, did you see him throw two cell phones away?
No.
Didn't see that. You see him throw anything else away?
No, I did not. I didn't see anything in his hands.
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that, you have to take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, that's the person you're calling Cyrus, where his injury would have been. Where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is where he tripped at. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in here. I can't like. But he tripped and then he went down and then he tried to right up and moved down.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, it was much closer?
I cannot.
And I understand.
Yeah, because
All right.
he ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, ma'am.
Yes.
Are you aware that the sheriff's department indicates that the distance from the store to where Mr. belt and tripped and fell was 130 yards. Are you aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it was kind of, I couldn't see. You could see the lot in the store. You can like see.
But your view through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not, you know.
Let's go back to when the three individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you're calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his hand.
Nothing in his hands. Didn't see him throw anything away. You just saw him step out of a chute.
I saw him running, and when his leg went back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it loose in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I don't think I can't recall if it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back, and I was sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol.
No, I did
hidden
not.
in his clothing.
I did not.
In the front of his. Remember what he was wearing?
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white tennis shoes was white, and sweatshirt was red.
Do you remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing a pocket.
Now,
If it did, I
the
wouldn't
second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him, the first, let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes.
The second person, you now understand what his name was? Andy?
The son?
Yes.
Okay.
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess, Andy and Mr. Chow.
All right. Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both
Yes.
of them. Yeah.
And Andy had nothing in his hands.
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
So you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand either.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
You recognize him today?
Yes. I recognize him from
And
the
he also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
All right. And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos have indicated.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running, so whether side by side or behind, but they
And
was
so
running after
you
him.
testified
Did
that...
you finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please finish. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer it again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's
he was,
correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
and he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said before you answered, as indicated on videos that could be seen.
Yes. What I saw, I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, behind, I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb
All right.
and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down. He didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No.
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not, could you?
No.
You remember that, you remember seeing Andy Chow when
Yes.
this young man fell? You remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street?
No. When I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
In the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
Okay. And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol in his hand? When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
Saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they was backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down, and that's when I went
Well,
down.
when he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see him jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They
I don't
didn't
know.
attack him. In other words.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn it back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about what you've testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see them jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot? You don't know?
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot, did you?
I did not.
And when he fell the second time, or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
Now, the solicitor asked you about speaking to the sheriff's department. You went to the Richland County Sheriff's Department at their request
Yes.
and gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in a 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there, let's see, you were right there in that spot, though you, in the 911 call, you were not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection of the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic at that moment. I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation with her.
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's hands.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, and Mr. Chow and his son.
Yes.
And you rolled the window down, I think you said.
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay, he said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to what, one of the parking lots,
Yes.
turned in and pulled over and parked?
Yes.
And you walked back down?
I ran down.
Ran down. And your daughter's what?
My daughter after me did.
Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow, you saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
What, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand, because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where this blood come from, who's hurt. And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw the hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth, and I told him they need to do, because I could not do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay, so he Mr. Chow did indeed give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent,
yes,
even to the extent of that young man aspirating or vomiting. Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to a mouth-to-mouth.
Better than aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe the testimony is in the record. The commentary.
I'll allow that.
It was not pretty. And you yourself did not. Do you know how to give mouth-to-mouth?
I did not know. And that bothers me today. And I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else but to stay there with him, because he didn't have nobody there with him. I tried.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life. Right there in front of you. That's all we have, John. Thank you.
Hang on, when you're ready.
Do you need a moment?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry, we got to rehash this, but so Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Your Honor, I object to that because this is direct, redirect. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
No speaking objections. Do it right.
Go ahead and ask the question and see where.
Okay. So, Mr. McCullough asked, or he said you went through this long litany about what happened right here, and said the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth-to-mouth, trying to save this child's life. And that was after.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hands,
I
right?
did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him point and turning towards them.
I did not.
He was running the entire time.
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared.
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
He kept running away from them.
Yes.
And they continued pursuing him the entire time. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket.
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. Was that because it was hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic, is the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset.
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands. And that'd be a yes or no, ma'am?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
You ready to draw?
Nope. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Y'all got it.
I do your, Mel Roach.
Yeah, y'all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I know y'all had a break when we were discussing the matter. Well, none of us have had one yet. So we're going to take our afternoon break for, let's just say 10 minutes. We'll be back out about around between 4:20 and 4:25. We'll be here. Again, don't still.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand. State your full name for the record. Please spell your first name.
First name Kennedy, K-I-N-N-E-Y.
Please go down. So, again, your name is Kennedy Carson.
Correct.
And so just to kind of move a little bit, well, I'll give you a couple court kind of procedural pieces, then I'll try to speed the process along a little bit. So you got a court reporter sitting next to you, so just need you to speak loudly enough. And if you would, I know it's normal to nod your head or say mm-hmm or mm-mm, but if you'll say yes or no, just so that we can take it down properly and that everybody on the jury can understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So your mother is Lori Carson. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're three siblings.
I have 3 siblings. I'm
Okay.
her
Where
firstborn.
are you in the fold?
I'm her firstborn.
All right. So the more bossy.
Yes.
All right. Did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
What high school?
Spring Valley.
All right. So you grew up on the northeast side?
Yes, sir.
Are you slightly familiar with the northeast side of Columbia?
Very familiar.
All right. Are you any relation to anybody in this case?
No.
And in fact, you're under subpoena to be here today.
Yes.
All right. Were you a witness to some matters that took place back in May of 2023?
Yes.
All right. In May of 2023, were you working?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point?
May of 2023, I was working for TD Bank still in lockbox services.
Okay. And your experiences at TD Bank, you just talk about some of the roles you've had there before.
I've been a teller, customer service representative. IT specialist. Now I'm a lockbox processor.
So you've been there for quite some time?
Yes.
And you dealt with the public, you've dealt with multiple roles at TD Bank?
Yes.
All right. Now, back in 2023, May of 2023, where were you living?
Greenbrier Apartments.
All right. And is that in Columbia area, Richland County?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us a little bit better vantage point of where that is in Columbia?
Off of the Spring Tree Road, Park Lane, Spring Tree, I believe.
Okay. So I'm going to show you it's already been marked, page 15. Okay. I'm going to hand that over to you. Take a look at that if you would for a moment. And see if you can familiarize yourself with that photograph. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Tell me what that looks to be.
This looks like Spring Tree Road, and the beginning of the photo is Park Lane.
And is that the vicinity that you lived?
Yes.
All right. Can we publish that on the big screen, please? There we go. All right, so you said, and if I could have the witness step down briefly now?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Careful with yourself coming down, please. So come on down here if you would. If you look up top, we can give you this pointer. Tell us about what we're talking about. If you can walk me through as I ask you a couple of these questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said, show us Spring Tree Road if you can from here.
This road here?
That's Spring Tree? And the one that runs perpendicular directly in front of that is what?
This is Park Lane.
All right. And you were living about where back in 2023?
Greenbrier is back that way.
Okay. So I'll say at the top of the screen is the Greenbrier apartment complex?
Yes.
And that's where you were living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. You could have a seat, please. Thank you, ma'am. So if we concentrate specifically on May 28, 2023, can you give the jury an idea of what you were doing that day?
We had just came back from seeing The Little Mermaid.
So tell me who we is.
My mother, my daughter, and my niece.
Okay. So you're going to see The Little Mermaid?
Yes.
And tell us what was happening at that time.
As far as when we were coming back home.
Yes, when you were coming, what were your plans for the evening after seeing Little Mermaid?
Okay, my mom was dropping me off, but I didn't have anything to drink at the house, so I was going to stop by the corner store right there, that Shell station, to grab something to drink.
Okay. Now you said the corner store, excuse me, the Shell station. Again, I'm showing council states 28, and I'm sorry, states 18 and 16, which are already in evidence. Okay. So you talked about a corner store. Let me show you states 16 and 18 and tell me if you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And tell me what you're seeing in those photos. And you can actually look at the screen. I believe it may be up in a moment. No, I apologize.
This is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And so that first, may I have those? Thank you, man. So that first video that we showed was an aerial view, meaning a kind of a bird's eye view of it. This is closer in. This is the Shell station that you were going to that particular day that states 16?
Yes.
All right. And did you go to that Shell station often?
Yes.
All right. Now, about how many times, if you could just kind of count in your head roughly how many times you've been inside that Shell station?
I can't count on my hands. It's been too many. I've lived in that area for over 3 years, so that was the gas station I frequent.
Okay. And so having been in there before, you kind of had a chance to walk and look around the store, is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And was there anything about the decorations in that store or the pictures in that store that would bring your attention to things?
What's alarming is when you walk in the store, you see all the photos on the wall.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked for State's Exhibit number 52. Okay. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize if you're familiar with that view.
Yes.
Tell me what you're seeing generally.
The clerk stand and the photos.
Okay, and you see several photos, correct?
Yes.
All right, may I have that back? And there's stage 52 that is up on that board with photos that you're talking about above the clerk's head. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you would see on a daily basis or however often you shopped in that convenience store?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a chance to have conversations with the clerks and people who were in that store?
Yes.
Do you see any of them sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Who do you see sitting in the courtroom if you know a name?
Mr. Chow.
And where is he seated?
He's seated over there.
And again, the record reflected the defense, the witness, point out, Mr. Chow. Yes. Okay, the defendant in this case. All right, so if we focus on the 28th, you were heading home that evening, is what you said. What kind of vehicle were you guys riding in?
BMW X5.
Okay, BMW X5?
Yes.
And that was your mom's car?
Yes, it was.
And you said your daughter was in the car, you were in the car?
Yes.
Where was everybody positioned inside of that car?
My mother was driving. My niece was in the passenger seat up front. Me and my daughter were in the back seat.
Okay. And you were, so again, you said you're in the back seat. I'd like to, and what, if anything, occurred as you were coming home and turning on the Spring Street to go to that store?
We pulled into the gas station. As we were pulling in, Cyrus was running out, and behind Cyrus was his son and Mr. Chow.
Okay. So I'd like to show slide number 20 of State's Exhibit number 4. So tell us if you recognize a vehicle that you would have been traveling in on May 28, 2023.
I was passing right there.
Okay. And when you say right there, do you need to step down or can I, is that the one that's,
I can describe it. There's a red sign in front of the car, and then we are right behind that red sign there.
Okay. And so as you pulled into that gas, did you take a ride into the gas station?
Yes.
All right, and what did you observe when you took a ride into the gas station?
Cyrus was running out. His shoe had fell off, and he was holding his pants up with one hand and pumping his arms with the other.
All right. And when you said he was running out, you said there were people behind him. Do you recognize in this courtroom anybody who was behind him?
Yes.
Tell us who you recognized.
Mr. Chow.
All right. The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick
Yes.
Chow? All right. Now, I'd like to show, and tell us what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands what you were observing as Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this, pumping his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Spring Tree Road, his shoe had fell off.
I'd like to show slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4. So, based on slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4, did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been so you could see those things?
Goodness. This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. That makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
He was running behind his son.
And the son, meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
All right. We show states, slack 27, I apologize, from States Exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you were inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off. He was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street and he tripped over the curb. At that time, he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out. He had his arms up. And then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled, basically, to the place where he passed.
And I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you states, exhibits, and tree marches, 72. Not in that situation. Okay. Take a look at that if you would, please. And does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to enter state 72 in the evidence.
Objection? No objection. Order to be State 72 without objection.
May we publish that, please?
Yes.
So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit farther down the road Cyrus trip or fall multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
Sure. So we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. You see Mr. Chow go and step out, put his arms up. And Cyrus trips again and he kind of gets back up, but he's like a crawl to where he passed away.
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmike Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, well, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible that he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Street Road?
Yes.
On May 28, 2023?
Yes.
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, and his son Andy chasing after Cyrus?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that shoe fly off?
Yes.
Is that where you saw him, Cyrus, fall and the backpack fell?
Yes.
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he meaning Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading. I don't need to stand. Come on. Thank you.
That's
What did
not
you
how
see
you
him
make
do
an
with his
objection,
hands at that
dude.
point in time?
Oh my God.
Meaning the defendant, Rick Chow.
Okay. So after Cyrus tripped, he had his hands like this. You know, if I can.
Let me move this down. Can the witness step down here? Sure. Come on down, please. I'm gonna step in front of you first. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay. If the jury is my vantage point this way.
Okay. And, excuse me, so defendant child is right here, so where was Cyrus positioned?
Cyrus was in front of him.
Okay.
With it turned, we all facing the same
Will you
way.
turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing Rick Bond?
Yeah. Maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah.
More like that?
Yes, sir.
Or, tell
Well, Your
me.
Honor, you can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I object to either way being done by the solicitor.
Your Honor, she said lower, and I got lower.
He needs to
So
learn
if I'm
how to
getting
make a
lower,
proper objection.
More like this, or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so and is that when you tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
He tripped and he's coming back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again. Somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Chow was already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack Belton turn around at any point?
No,
Did you see him point anything at Rick Chow or Andy Chow at any point?
no.
Did you hear anything?
There was a lot going on. My mom was in the car and my mom was in the car and a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this. And I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We had the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. But yeah.
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
No.
From the vantage point that you saw it?
No.
Now, your mother eventually, excuse me, drove down to the incident location?
Yes.
All right. And came back. Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody?
Yes.
While you guys were still in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Who did she speak with?
Mr. Chow.
All right. And did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah. She circled around. So after the incident.
Judy. Oh no. The way I repositioned my desk, you can't see the window behind me anymore. Gilchrist County deputies were serving a warrant to a felony suspect wanted for narcotics when the man ran away. The headline of this article, "Lock Your Doors. Gilchrist County deputies searching for suspect." And this is in Trenton. It's not the whole county, it's Trenton. Deputies believe the man is wearing a black shirt, black shorts, and possibly no shoes around County Road 340 and 341. Oh, shit. Oh, shoot. Sorry. 341's right over there. Deputies say people in the area should lock their doors and put belongings away. Gilchrist County deputies are asking everyone to avoid the area. This is a developing story. TV20 will update this article as more information comes forward.
incident took place. She drove down some, and she asked Mr. Chow, did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?
Well, don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place?
Yes, so she turned back around. We turned around and parked.
May I show slide number 30 of
Michael, protect me, won't you?
defense exhibit number 4.
Yeah, he's on the job.
What do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
I guess that's Miss Chow. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said, I don't know if the words are right, did you say you parked?
Yes, we parked.
Okay. All right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's start generally about what happened now. Don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car. And we went down to the scene.
Okay.
And then he went in the
What did you
bedroom.
observe with your eyes?
Mr. Chow was sitting over Cyrus. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
I don't want to open them, but I can still see if somebody's back there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me, and when I was walking down, there was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
Okay. What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
That's what I just got to do. Check and make sure they're
What,
all
if
lost.
anything, was the son doing? Andy Chow?
He was standing off. He didn't move after the incident happened. He was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag, and it was Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of, just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy. I don't. Yeah.
Now, you've, I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old did Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yeah, I thought he was 16.
He looked like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
So all the questions I have this time here.
Well, thank you. We have slide 27, one you have on the screen. Yes, sir. Then you just put a still on this, the child's going across the parking lot. 72. put up as 72. So that's your automobile that you were in?
Yes.
And where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat. It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side.
Yes.
So that would be to the left side.
Well, the right side is the passenger side.
Okay. So, all right. So are you on the left side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
Okay. And this photograph.
What side is the passenger side in America?
States Exhibit 72. Is that pretty much the way the thing looked that evening?
Yes.
And it was that dark? It was 8 o'clock at night.
It was bright outside.
Bright outside. Okay. And you know the distance? Well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot, yes?
Yes, well, right, turning into the entrance.
Okay, and there was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush.
Yes.
And you saw these three people run past.
Yes.
And nobody had a gun.
No.
You heard no yelling, no cursing.
No.
You just saw three people run past.
Yes.
Now, you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
Holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No.
How do you know?
You seen the pants in his hand.
I see. Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on. You're still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No.
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
No.
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry?
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, they were.
And you saw Cyrus's shoe come off?
Yes.
Did you see him throw things left and right? As
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
No.
Didn't see him throw cell phones?
No.
Did you see him throw the backpack down the road?
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
It was on the shoulder.
Okay. And now, the distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And fell down and didn't get up.
Correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
Well, and you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance. And I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
Okay. But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton, couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
he didn't have
car.
anything in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled, so his hands were on the ground.
All right. But when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your, you and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes.
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something.
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You, so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times
Correct. He tripped twice.
and crawl to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call.
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or Deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawl to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you'd just seen, and this was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'll be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, you think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I
And-
know I did.
When you went to the sheriff's department on July the 25th, 2023, did you tell that detail to that investigator as well?
I was asked far as vantage point. I wasn't asked what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point of where I was.
They wanted you to draw a diagram, didn't they?
Yes.
Don't interrupt her.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Please let her finish.
All right. They asked you to draw a diagram?
Yes.
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
No.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I seen.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you testified to today?
No.
So before I sit down, let me get one more clarification here. When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall, younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes.
You knew him to be the store owner?
Yes.
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
Yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
And my mom has been hysterical in the back. And I know I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. That's the reason why I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call, on the scene, you didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything on brief feedback? Yes, sir. There's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. Isn't it true that you gave a statement to the police, a written statement on the 28th
Yes.
of May 2023?
Yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
what number shall I get?
Court's notes, just make sure we get it right. 82. 82. Thank you. Thank you. Now you asked a series of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document. You recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting. I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature.
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in the court without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So, at 21:23, military time, so I'll do my math. I can't do math. 9:23?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, and the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answer, no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? The answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? Answer is no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? Answer, you said no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? The answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And do you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop?
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down?
Yes.
You called 911?
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store?
Yes.
The kid, the store owner?
Yes.
The owner and his wife?
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
And that you followed on Spring Tree? And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in?
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him? And
Yes.
that's when I heard the pop? You said that?
Yes, I did.
And you said that on May 28, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide 21, please, of State's Exhibit number 4. And while we're doing that, there's this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Tree?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so if we play that, please. My wear glasses is hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of what the weather conditions were like at 8. 02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Was not dark.
It was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said in your direct, you saw Chow pointing at Cyrus.
Yes.
Cyrus was on his knees, getting up on the ground.
Yes.
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot.
Yes.
And he passed away out there.
Yes, he did.
Do you know who shot him?
Mr. Chow shot him.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store. 4
Yes.
people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
Yes. She picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Chow. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
Oh, so you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you might
I didn't
say.
know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
Can't you see a pop?
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Chow shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
She's turning her words all around.
Well, but you're there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. There was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, ma'am, what you said is if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. Here. Do you want to read along with me?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to see about midway on that first page under A:, the sentence that begins with owner. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him, and that...
I don't understand. He is pleading self-defense, right? It's affirmative defense. He's pleading not guilty, but he's saying that he shot him in defense of his son, right? He's saying that that Cyrus pulled a gun on his son. So he's saying he did shoot him. So now why is he going after her saying, well, you didn't see him shoot him? He's twisting her words all around. I don't understand. I don't like this audio.
That's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No Mr. Chow
And he
shot
fell
him.
back down. I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, You say you saw a gun by the tree,
Yes,
and the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where this young man died?
it wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
Right. And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? And your answer was?
No.
I don't blame her. I don't do.
Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Yes, sir. Tell me what to do.
All right, Ms. Carter, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. We'll get started again tomorrow, hopefully, at 9:30. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone, don't do any research on your own or anything of that nature, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning ready to go. Have a good evening.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record. Jasmine Broadwater.
Please, court.
Yes, Ms. Lee?
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm good. Would you mind just telling us where you're from?
I'm born and raised here in Columbia. I currently live now in Michigan,
What took you to Michigan?
job-wise.
Where do you work?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
When did you move to Michigan?
I moved to Michigan 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Where did you live before that? Here?
I lived here.
Where at the house?
I live in an apartment complex, Brookside Crossing on Park Lane.
Okay, so pretty close to where all this happened.
Yes, sir.
And so were you living there on May 28th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through what you were doing that day?
That day I had family from Michigan in town, and we were on our way going out to eat when we saw the incident occur.
Who was with you?
My aunt from Michigan.
Anybody else?
No, just me and her.
Were you guys driving together separately?
We were driving together. She was driving.
She was driving. Okay. What kind of car were you in?
We were in, it's a Cadillac SUV, one of those new models. It was her vehicle.
Do you remember if your windows were up or down?
They were half cracked.
And were you pulling out of, like, where were you pulling out of what subdivision or neighborhood?
We were pulling out of Brookside Crossing, leaving out, trying to make a right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's already in the evidence as states 15. You have that one? Now, Ms. Broadwater, I am unfortunately lacking in the height department, so even with this great piece of modern technology, I may not be able to point exactly to where I'm indicating, but if you need me to specify, I will let you know. Or you let me know. So could you tell us roughly where your neighborhood was?
The neighborhood is right there. That's considered, yes, that's considered Brookside Crossing.
Okay. And were you pulling out of this area?
Yes, we were pulling out, making a right.
Okay, so you're coming this way?
Yes.
All right, and then this is the gas station to start?
Correct.
Okay, so whenever you were pulling out this way, did anything draw your attention to the right?
No, we were just
pulling out. When I turned my head to the right, me and my aunt, that's when we saw the incident recur.
Okay. Stephanie, can we do 26? I'm going to show you what's also in evidence of stage 26. So this is, what direction is this? Is this towards where you're coming out of or away?
This is towards, so as you come, this would be my right, so it's coming out up there where the tree is at.
Okay, so you would have been down over here, far into the photo, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Do 27, 70. Is this the same rough?
Correct. Where that truck is at, that's where we were coming out.
Okay, perfect. And can we show 29? What direction is this pointing on Spring?
So with the car being this way, it will be to my right.
Okay, so this would be roughly where you were coming out of?
I was on the passenger side, so that's to my right.
Okay, perfect. And you said you were on the passenger side?
Yes.
So whenever you were coming out, you said were you just looking for cars, looking if anything was coming so you could pull out?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you looked to the right, what did you see?
When we looked to the right, I seen a young man running. I heard a pop sound, and my aunt said, "What is that?" We saw the young man go down to the ground, and we saw the older man had a gun in his hand pointed in a gun stance.
All right, let's walk through that just a bit slower for the jury, okay? So you said you saw a young man running. Do you remember what he was wearing at all?
Yes, he was wearing a red hoodie, black basketball shorts, white long socks.
Okay. Do you know how close everybody was? Were they pretty close, pretty far away to each other?
They were pretty close.
Pretty close, okay. So whenever you looked over there, did you see the young man carrying anything?
No.
Okay. You said you heard a pop. Did you recognize what that sound was?
Not at first until I seen him hit the ground.
Okay. And when you saw Cyrus hit the ground, what did you see anybody else doing at that time?
First, me and my aunt, we were just staring. We saw the older guy had his gun pointed still, and I believe his son was running behind him. He had came to a stop as well.
You said the guy was holding the gun. Do you know who that guy was?
The store owner of the Shell gas station.
Okay, the man sitting over at that table?
Yes.
Compared to Cyrus, how big were Mr. Chow and his son? Were they bigger, smaller, same?
Mr. Chow, he's pretty small, and he kind of got a little weight on him.
Okay. So after you realized that a shot had happened, what did you guys do?
We stopped. My aunt said, "Jazz, he just shot that boy. You need to call the police." We're both about to call them, so we both put our cell phones. We called. My aunt said, "I just want to make sure we're seeing what we see." So we drove out real slow, and we still see Cyrus on the ground. Looked like he was trying to push himself up, like how somebody's doing push-ups, but they're shaking really bad. And he propped back down on the ground, started banging on the ground like in pain.
So at that point, were you still sitting at this intersection we have right up here, or were you moving?
We were moving real slow because we wanted to make sure we saw everything. And that's when I got on the phone with 911 and explained to them, like, hey, we just saw the gas station owner shoot a young boy. And then my aunt, she said, we need to get out of here. So we drove up to an empty parking lot near where the old Columbia Mall is at. And 911 had me on hold for a long time. So we hung up and we called again.
Okay. Whenever you were driving by, did you see Mr. Chow's son doing anything?
He was standing with his hands on his hips like he was trying to catch his breath.
Okay. Now you said you drove past this incident location and you parked somewhere, a mall, you said?
Yes, so it's further up the street.
Okay.
So once we drove out, we went further up, passing the gas station, making our right, and going to an empty parking lot.
Okay. And when you parked there, did you call 911 again?
Yes, because they had me on hold.
And after you talked to 911, where did you guys go?
Me and my aunt, we went to go get something to eat because that was our plan. That's why we were leaving the neighborhood. We went to go get something to eat. We ate. By the time we came back, it was dark outside. My aunt said, hopefully everything is fine by the time we come back. But by the time we turned down to where my neighborhood was at, The street was blacked out and we saw nothing but blue police lights.
When did you talk to law enforcement about what you saw?
Once I had my aunt go back into my apartment, I told her I'll be back. I need to go speak to somebody, let them know what I saw. When I went out of the neighborhood, it was kind of hard to come out, and I saw a police officer. I said, hey, what happened to the young man that was here? I seen an incident that happened. He asked me, did you see what happened? I said, yes. And he said, okay, did you file a report? I said, no, not yet. I'm just letting you know what I saw. And he said, okay, somebody will get in contact with you.
Okay. Did you talk to law enforcement the next day then?
I did.
Court's indulgence?
Yes, sir.
Just two more questions for you, ma'am. Whenever you were pulling out, who did you see holding a gun?
Mr. Rick.
Did you see Cyrus holding anything?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Broadwater, how are you?
I'm getting yourself.
We got to get some pleasantries. The two of us have never met. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Madam Court Reporter next to you is taking down every word that you're saying. I always go through this with everybody. And she can't take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. You understand that?
I understand.
Two, she can't take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me the opportunity to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you the opportunity to answer. Is that fair?
I understand.
And finally, sometimes I've been known to speak way too fast. And if I speak too fast and you cannot understand my question, if you ask me to repeat it, I promise you I will. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so I want to make sure I get a little background. What part of Michigan? I went to law school in Michigan, so what part of Michigan?
I currently live in Clinton Township.
How long did it take you to get here? Drive, fly?
I drove.
God, I've done that drive. It is not an enjoyable drive whatsoever.
No.
I know it's not. What is that? 15 hours?
10.
Did you make it in less than 10? Or did you go the speed limit the whole way?
Whole way. Whole way.
Jasmine, I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I really want to talk about everything that happened that day. Do you understand?
I understand.
And if I'm not mistaken, you feel free to correct me where I'm wrong, this was definitely an emotional situation. Is that, remember the, is that a yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And if I'm going through your testimony correctly, the first thing you did was call 911.
That is correct.
And that's when emotions were still going high and heavy. You remember that call to 911?
Correct, yes.
And you talked to the 911 operator?
Yes.
You remember a conversation with the 911 operator?
Yes.
And that was as close to the time as possible. Is that correct? Do you mind if I call you Jasmine?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was close to the time as possible, correct, Jasmine?
Correct.
And when we talked to the 911 operator, do you remember specifically telling him you did not actually see the shooting?
I stated in my 911 call, I said, I think I saw it, and then my aunt was behind me, as you can hear in the 911 call. She said, no, Jasmine, he did shoot that boy. And I said, yes, he did.
Okay. And I want to go through some of that, and I'm not trying to trap you. I want to make sure I understand. And I think that is exactly what I heard on the 911. But when you were talking to the 911 operator, you initially said, I didn't see anything, correct?
No, I said, I think I saw.
You think you saw. You were not positive when you talked to them.
Correct, because my emotions gone.
Fresh to the incident as possible, close to possible, emotional situation.
Correct.
And then you utter what you remember to the 911 operator, fair?
Correct.
And then you said, I think I saw, is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then somebody in the car told you you actually did see. Is that what your testimony just was?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of that 911 call, and Jasmine, you've had opportunity to refer to 911 call.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not tricky or anything, so I'm going to ask you questions. And would you agree with me, a lot of that 911 call with things like you just said, I think I saw this may have happened, it was stuff like that. I think they call it equivocation. Do you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then when the dispatch, the officer dispatch, whatever they call those 911 officers, they ask you a question. Did you see him shoot shoot the boy, or did you just hear the gun go off? And your response was, we just heard the gun go off, and then we happened to see the owner pointing the gun at the boy while he was on the ground. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling us, and I think you had described maybe you thought they might have been fireworks because you weren't sure what they were. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then later, I think you gave two different statements. I don't want to say different because it's not like I'm accusing you. You gave two additional statements. Is that it?
That's sorry. Yes.
That's a yes? You gave two additional statements.
Yes.
And each statement after that first 911 call, would you agree, got a little more detailed?
Yes.
Okay. And this was after you had met with law enforcement?
The next day.
Yes.
That's when I met with law enforcement.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I understand, you also testified, you also gave law enforcement, or one of these interviews that you gave, you specifically saw Mr. Chow toss the gun away?
I'm not sure if it was a gun. I remember when my aunt and we was driving slowly away.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chow still had his gun pointed at him while Cyrus was on the ground. He still had his gun in his left hand. He squat down, he grabbed something off the ground, tossed it, and then put his right hand back on the gun, still pointed at Cyrus as he was on the ground.
Okay, so to repeat my question, you saw him toss something away, but you're not sure what it was?
Not sure what it was.
You don't remember if you told 911 or one of the other subsequent interviews that it may have been a firearm?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did, I'm just asking the question. You understand, I'm not trying to trick you or anything like that, Jasmine. And Jasmine, do you remember doing or giving a diagram to law enforcement about where you saw the bodies?
Correct.
And they went through and you gave an identification of where you saw everybody on the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And you may or may not know, and don't answer the question if you do not know. Are you aware that the diagram and the identifications of where you put the bodies would have been after the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Which would have been consistent with you seeing the end of the shooting and maybe not the beginning or during?
No.
Okay. And possibly going in conjunction with your 911 call, which you originally told the 911 operator that you did not see the actual shooting, and maybe you just saw the aftermath of what happened.
So I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Yeah, that was, remember those long questions I told you about?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Take your time, please.
So, as I stated, when I turned my head to the right,
yes, ma'am,
we heard a pop. Me and my aunt said, "What is that?" We saw Cyrus go down. That's when I seen Mr. Rich had his gun pointed. And that's when my aunt said, "He just shot that boy. We need to call 911." And we both called 911. That's when my aunt took her time to drive out slow to make sure that we saw everything. And we, as I stated, he still had his gun pointed in the back of Cyrus.
I think you answered my question absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, are you going back to that?
Yes.
Right after this?
Mm-hmm.
I pray for your drive safe. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anything on regret?
Court's going, John. No further questions, John.
Very good, Mr. Crawford. You can go now. Thank you for being here.
They didn't cross-examine her? I'm surprised.
They calling it?
Yes, sir. State calls Devontae Bryant.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record.
My name Devontae Bryant.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Rutherford Company. It's a company out of
Say again?
Rutherford Company.
Where do you live?
Hopkins, South Carolina.
Yes, speak up a little bit.
Hopkins.
Hopkins, okay. Where did you
Right,
go?
if you'll speak up a little bit for us, our court reporter here is taking down everything you say. Just make sure you say yes, no, answer verbally. You know, we all understand what you mean when you nod your head, but make sure that you speak up a little bit, so we have to make a record of everything.
Okay.
All right?
Devontae, where did you grow up?
Like Fair Road area. I grew up in Bethel Bishop Apartments.
What are the Bethel Bishop Apartments?
It's meaning what?
What are they?
I mean, it's today they still consider it as like one of the worst neighborhoods in Columbia.
Okay.
Things like that.
Is it a high crime area?
Yeah.
All right. Is it low income kind of housing?
Yeah.
Did you witness crime when you were growing up there?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Did you ever see teenagers with firearms?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon in your experience?
Common.
Okay. Why do 14-year-olds have guns?
I mean, it's like.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. A lot of speculation. That statement right there, and this is definitely not an expert.
I will allow it to the extent you can speak from personal knowledge, but not to speculate about the general population.
Yes, sir. You were a 14-year-old kid once, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see other 14-year-olds or other youths with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm just asking, honestly, did you ever have a chance to hold a gun when you were underage?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you feel compelled to hold a gun or carry a gun?
I mean, just seeing the stuff that's around me, trying to, fit in with people, and then, like growing up, you want acceptance. You want to be cool with everybody. You want everybody to like you. You want everybody to be around you.
Okay.
So you follow what's going on.
All right. So in your experience in the areas you grew up with, guns were cool.
Yeah.
And would you have certain cachet? You know what that means? Would it help your reputation sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that?
I mean, it's like I said, it's more like it's a acceptance thing. That's what it'll help with. Kids being cool with you being cool with other kids, you having an influence. You just not being talked about in how they say, a lame way with kids. You want to be popular or things like that.
Okay. So, in your experience growing up in the Bethel Bishop, was it common or uncommon to see people who were under the age of 18 with guns?
Common.
Okay. High crime area, Bethel Bishop. You yourself have been in some trouble. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Who is this guy? How is he related to the case?
And got to ask you about some. I've got, as far as criminal convictions, in 2017 you got in a little bit of trouble, or maybe a lot of trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see a conviction for an accessory after the fact to a felon.
Yes, sir.
You plead guilty to that?
Yes, sir. I did. They gave me 5 years for that.
Okay. I see that you were convicted of a possession of a stolen vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see that you got convicted of an auto breaking. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looks like that was about 9 years ago that you pled guilty. I don't know when did the crimes occur?
I can't remember exactly, but all of that, I played to all of those in one.
Okay. And that was 9 years ago, 2017?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to 3 years ago. May 28th of 2023. You remember that day?
Yes, sir.
You remember what you were doing on that day?
Yeah, I was going to my brother's house. Her brother's. I was meeting my girlfriend at her brother's house.
Okay. You You meet your girlfriend?
At her brother's house.
I got you, okay. And where did your girlfriend's brother live?
Greenbrier Apartments off of Park Lane.
Okay. Had you been to the Greenbrier Apartments before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an area you were familiar with?
Yeah, kind of. Just like going to his house, and her mom stays up the street too.
Okay. What were you driving at the time?
White Honda Accord.
All right. Do you remember what direction you were? I guess you would have turned off Park Lane Road.
Yeah, I was coming from the interstate, which is about a Circle K.
Okay. So then you would have taken a left or a right onto Spring Street?
All right.
Right. Okay. Let me 14. All right, do you recognize what we're looking at in States 14?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I understand you right, what is this building with the red?
That's the gas station.
All right. Can you see me, Devontae?
Yes.
Right. So you were coming up Park Lane and taking a right?
Yes.
Okay. States 15. All right. Keep going. 16. Okay, and this, where that car would have been, you were just going up and you would have taken a right?
Yeah, where that gray car is.
Okay. So let me have slide 20. All right, have you seen this video before, State slide 20?
Yeah, I think you showed.
All right. Tell me if you see your car and just let me know when you see your car in this video.
Right there.
That's you up there, that white car?
Yeah.
Okay, play it for a second. Okay. And did that show you on Park Lane taking a right on Spring Street?
Yeah.
Who was in the car with you?
Just me.
All right. What did you see?
When as I turned, once I got like maybe by what's that stuff? An entryway in the parking lot for the store. There was the young boy and it was two people chasing him. And by the time I got close by the entrance, he had ran out of shoe. You know, like ran across the street. They still chasing him. He stumbles and falls. He's trying to get back up. He's making up.
Wait, let me stop you real quick. You talk about the young boy. Did you see the young boy you're describing in that video?
Yeah.
States number 20?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he wearing?
A hoodie.
Okay. And you said they were chasing him. Who was they?
The man and his son.
Okay. Had you ever seen any of these people before?
No.
Okay. The man and his son, do you know who that man is now?
Well, yeah, now.
Okay. And who was that man?
His name Chow.
Okay. Do you see him then?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Right there with glasses.
So Rick Chow and his son, and Rick Chow's son were chasing the red shirt boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the boy in the red? Do you know him now to be Cyrus?
Yeah, now.
Okay. If I call him Cyrus, would you know him?
Yeah.
Did you get to see Cyrus's face when he was running?
Just this side when they crossed the street.
Okay.
And yeah, the right side of his face as I was advancing up Spring Street.
Okay. What, if anything, did Cyrus have in his hand?
A book bag.
Okay. Okay. What else did he have in his hand? Anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And how close did Cyrus, Rick Chow, and Andy Chow get to you while you're driving down Spring Street?
Real close. I had to hit my brakes because if I wasn't paying no attention, I could have hit one of them. That's how close they was to my car.
Okay. So they were in front of your car?
Yeah.
Okay. As they crossed Spring Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to see any kind of facial expressions that Cyrus was making?
No, not really. No.
Okay. What did you think when you first saw Rick Chow and his son Andy? Did Rick Chow and his son Andy, did they appear to be adults or did they appear to be young adults?
No, adults. And I thought that maybe it was the police maybe chasing him because when he was running, I could see his holster, you know, like, and I mean, I see people on the pictures in front of the stores for stealing, not being chased. So at first I was thinking that he was maybe a police officer.
Yes.
Okay, so did they ever say how this guy's related to the case? Who is this dude?
All right, who's that white car that just stopped?
That's me.
Where about?
Oh, okay. He's
Okay, play that back up a little bit, Stephanie, where his car goes by. All right, play. Okay, what are you doing there?
I'm slowing down because they running across the street.
Okay. If you hadn't slowed down, what was your fear that would happen?
I would have hit one of them.
Okay. So you're driving up Springtree, going to your girlfriend's brother's house. Were you expecting 3 people to run across the path of your car?
No.
Okay. Slow down, almost to a stop. Is that what we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you go out of view of this camera shot, this is States 24. What are you doing next as you're driving?
Driving real slow, paying attention to the 3 people that's running.
Okay. Did you drive behind them, or did you sort of pace them? You know what pace means?
Yeah, pace them.
Okay. Or did you go on ahead of them?
No, pace them.
All right. Why did you pace them?
They was chasing them, so I was really trying to see what was going on. And like I said, at first I thought it was like the police chasing somebody.
Okay. Well, you're in the right lane of travel, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. And so are they on, as you're pacing them, are they on your left or are they on your right?
They're on my left.
Okay. And are you focusing on the road, or are you focusing on these people that just ran out in front of your car?
The people.
Okay. Did you have a good vantage point or a bad vantage point?
Good.
Okay. Why are you focused so much on the people instead of the road in front of you?
Like I said, trying to see what's going on. And then once he fell.
Wait a minute, we're going to get that.
Okay.
From that vantage point, did you ever see Cyrus pull anything out of his pocket?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see anything, did he lose any clothing while you were watching him?
Shoe.
You saw him lose a shoe?
Yeah, he had a white Air Force One on.
Okay. Did he stop to get his shoe, or did he continue running?
He kept running.
Okay. Did you see him drop any other things while he was around the shoe?
No.
Okay. Did you see him throw anything?
No.
Okay. Stephanie, can you play slide 21? All right. Is that what you're describing, what we just watched in that video?
Yeah.
Stephanie, can you go back maybe like 5 seconds or so? Put the cursor here. All right, I want you to focus, Devontae, on this area.
Okay.
And I want you to speak up if you see your car or when you see your car.
Okay.
All right?
Now.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay, so were you in close proximity to them, or were you a great distance from them?
Close.
Was your vantage point good, or did you have a poor vantage point?
Good.
Okay. And your testimony was you continued to pace them as they ran up the road?
Yes.
All right. He lost his shoe at some point. Had he already crossed Springtree, or was he still in the parking lot side of Springtree?
No, he lost his shoe before he crossed the street.
Okay. And then you're saying he continued across the street?
Yeah.
Okay. What, if anything, happened to his book bag?
I wouldn't have known. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have known if anything happened because once it fell, he didn't pick it back up.
Okay. Well, all right. Let's go ahead then and get to what you're talking about where he fell.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed about him falling.
Okay, so when he fell after he had got across the street.
Okay.
It was something over there that it looked like he had to trip up over or something.
You saw him trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And were Rick Chow and Andy Chow in front of him when he tripped, or were they still behind him?
Behind him, but they was real close up on him when he tripped.
Okay. So when he tripped, how would you describe the fall?
He fell hard. The first fall was real hard.
Okay. Did he try to get back up, or did he get back up?
Yeah, he tried to get back up, but it was more so of a stumble versus him standing straight up.
Okay. Did you see the book bag again after he got up?
No, it was on the ground.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything in his hand at this point?
No.
All right. Was he able to get back up on his feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
It's like he stood up almost all the way up completely. He maybe took a step, if that, and that's when he shot.
Okay. And then what happened?
Like Cyrus fell. Once he fell, he was trying to like roll himself over, but I don't know if he could or not. But he was like putting his hands up as he was trying to roll himself over.
Okay.
But you could tell he was still out of breath. Like he was still breathing real hard.
Okay. Yes, that states 25. You recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the spot where you remember him taking that first fall?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I think probably with court permission, if you want to take a step down and point out. Okay. All right, Devontae, all right, so this is, where, on States 25, is the gas station in front of us or behind us?
Behind.
Okay. And if we're right here, do you see the spot you were just describing where Cyrus took that initial fall?
Yeah.
All right, can you point to it with a pointer?
Yes. He took that first thing she fell to he hit the ground real hard.
Okay. And speak up too, so she
Yeah, I said up there he hit the ground real hard. That's when he first fell.
Okay. Point to it again. Okay. So he was in the road and then he falls into the grass, or he falls into the road?
No, he was in the grass and he fell into the grass, like on the side. He never got back in the road.
I got you.
Once they crossed the street this way, he never went back towards the right.
Okay.
All his movement was on this side of the road.
I got you. But he's running up the road, and does he trip over the curb, or did you see what he tripped over?
No, I couldn't tell what he tripped over.
Okay, but he fell towards the grass.
Yeah.
All right. And at this point, when he trips, where's Rick Chow? Can you point to where he is?
He's like right behind. So if Cyrus trips up in here, Rick Chow.
All right. Can you say about how far behind him he was?
Maybe 2 feet, if that.
So he's right up here.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're Cyrus, he's about this close?
Yeah.
All right, where is Andy Chow, Rick Chow's son?
And when Cyrus fell, he's beside.
Okay, these two, Rick's behind him or to the side of him?
Beside the who, the son?
Yeah.
No, they side by side almost.
But they're right back in 2 feet or so is what your testimony is?
Yeah.
Okay, so about the distance, maybe give or take?
Yeah, give or take about this distance. Yeah.
Okay. Did they do anything to him while he's on the ground?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in Cyrus's hand at that point?
No. Did the book bag had filled.
Okay. Did Rick and his son Andy allow Cyrus to get back up or attempt to get back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
So once he get back up, like I said, he fell. He's trying to get upright, but he stumbled after the second fall.
Okay.
And as he's trying to get up after that last stumble, he's trying to stand straight up so he can keep advancing because he's trying to get away from him. He's not once like trying to turn around or trying to go toward the street. He's trying to get to the apartments. He's going straight up.
Okay. That's what it appeared to be that he was trying to get to those apartments. And what are those called again?
Brookside.
Okay. That's what it appeared to you that he was trying to make his way to those apartments?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable kind of demonstrating what you're talking about? I think I know, but you say he hits the ground and he's trying to get up and go, but he's stumbling. Can you kind of demonstrate that to the jury? Do you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the first fall, when he falls, it's like he completely falls all the way down almost.
All right, chest to the ground.
Yeah, and then he gets up, and as he's, like I say, he getting up, but he moving so fast, he's stumbling.
Okay.
So after the last stumble, it's like he's trying to get completely standing upright. So he maybe took a step or two after that, then that's when the shot went off.
Okay. And that was the second fall?
Yeah, well, you can say it's the second fall, yeah.
Okay. Did he ever get back up again after that?
After the shot, no.
Okay.
But after he fell, I think I shot.
And you're saying you saw him roll around?
Yeah, like he was trying, after he fell on the ground from being shot, it's like he was trying to turn over with his hands.
Okay. You take.
So he was on the ground
Did you see anything in his hand
when
at
he
that
got
point?
shot?
No.
Good Lord, what was wrong with that jury?
Do you recognize this little area behind these trees to be where Cyrus came to rest?
Yeah, like on the left side of those trees, yes.
Right in here?
Yeah.
Some degree? All right. Zoom back out a little bit. And we're still looking at states 25. All right, so I just want to be clear, correct me if I'm wrong, but you say the first time he fell, it was somewhere in this area.
Yeah.
And what I understood you say, correct me if I'm wrong, was that Rick Chow and his son were somewhere in this area behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Rick Chow out here in the road?
No.
Did you ever see Andy Chow out here in the road?
No.
Your testimony is that the two of them were, correct me if I'm wrong, I want you to just, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. But if Cyrus fell right here, you saw Rick and Andy side by side, I think you said this kind of area.
Yeah.
And why did you have such a good vantage point again?
I was in the road, and like I said, I was just staring at it. It was, I don't remember a car being in front of me or behind me, so I was driving real slow, just watching them the whole time.
Did you catch it on your flip phone? I agree. I agree.
Devontae, did you stay on scene after this?
Not really on scene.
Or sense of other.
After the situation happened, I rolled back past. I saw all the older ladies around him. Then I went to the car wash up the street. That's where I still was on the phone with my mom. I was telling her what was going on, and just trying to get my head on straight. And then I went right back down.
Okay. So, where did you turn around? Did you ever go to your girlfriend's? Oh, I'm sorry, your girlfriend's brother's apartment?
No, I never made it.
All right. And did they live in this apartment that's over here to the left?
No, they live in the one that's all the way in the back.
Okay. Does Springtree dead end into that apartment?
Yeah, I would say because Greenbrier is the last apartment back there, and I don't know if they have a back entrance. I think it's just a front entrance.
Is that Greenbrier?
I can't really tell from that picture.
So, but I understand you were going this way.
And you know where my mind keeps going? And this, I'm pro guns, y'all. My mind keeps going to, if he still lived in China, he wouldn't have had a gun. Neither one of them would have had a gun. Why did they come to the United States? I mean, I'm sure they're here legally if they have a business and everything. Did they come here so they could have the freedom to have a gun? That's not why we have guns, so we can shoot people in the back when they're down on the ground. And that's a much larger conversation, but you guys know what I mean.
Is this the driveway you turned around in to get back out after you saw the shooting?
No, I turned around a little bit past that.
That driveway?
Yeah, like up there.
Okay. And you just abandoned your plans to go to the girlfriend's brother's house?
Yeah.
Why did you abandon those plans?
Because of the situation that happened.
Okay. You said you left to get your head straight, but you did return and speak to law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know any of these people before that day?
No.
Devontae, please answer any questions that Mr. Kent has for you.
Cross-examination.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. Let's say we'll be back out at 10:45. Got some technological issues that we need to work through. So we'll take about a 15-minute break and we'll see you shortly.
The court gave us an option if we wanted a curative instruction.
A curative instruction for what?
You can come on back down, Mr. Bryant.
You want to put that on the record?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we appreciate you giving us a break to make sure we are ready to get proper for cross-examination. Secondly, at the bench, I made an objection, which was consistent with the court's pretrial ruling. During pretrial rulings, the state of South Carolina argued that they should be able to put a wall of shame up in front of the jury. We asked that it not be put up. And subject to compromise, the court asked the solicitor's office is all they were going to put it up and not make any discussion about these were people who had not been chased before. When this witness testified, and I think it was spontaneous, it was not elicited from the solicitor's office. However, this witness gave the same exact language that they said they would not be giving into. Just statement on.
What was that?
On the record was this was a wall where people who had not been chased before, something of that nature, I don't want to quote, but it was something of that nature. We immediately made an objection. The court at the bar basically gave us a choice. Did we want a curative instruction or did we want to move on? I was at the bench with co-counsel Swirling and McCullough. At that point in time, we thought it would be best to leave it alone, not to bring any light to it. The court gave us an option if we wanted a curative instruction. As a strategy decision, we chose against it. However, we were very concerned that this not come out again. Again, we agree it's not elicited from the solicitor's office, but it still is a concern of ours because that's something that the court said we don't have to do. Thank you, sir.
Yep, I think that accurately reflects the next conference. I did give you all the options of curative or simply move along so as not to draw further attention to it. And I'll just let Mr. Bryant know, Mr. Bryant, and you weren't privy to that, so it's not your fault. You're not in trouble. Nobody's fussing at you. But we, as far as the photos and things, you may have knowledge of what those photos mean on the wall and in the store. But we're not discussing any of that as far as what that means or whether or not folks were ever chased or not chased. But we're just staying away from that so we don't prejudice
prejudice any of the parties. So, again, you didn't know about that, you weren't here for pretrial motions.
You know, there were times when I worked in retail where we would have, like, the names of people with their pictures that had like passed bad checks or something. But we didn't have like a giant wall of shame where everybody that walked in the store could see them. And it sounds like, well, maybe I'm making an assumption, but this guy didn't even steal anything. So did he just put pictures of whoever he thought looked suspicious? I mean, that's not right. Because if they just assume someone is suspicious looking and they put it up there, that's embarrassing for that person if the person never did anything wrong. I mean, I know there's been times I've walked in a store and wanted something but didn't find anything I wanted and then turn around and walked out. Would that make me end up on the wall of shame? I mean, that's crazy. Did this kid ever... really, Marty? No, every time I've worked retail and we've had, like, you know, for people that pass bad checks or something, it's always been just behind the counter where just the workers could see it, not out where everybody could see it like that. Had this kid stolen anything from that store before? Had they caught him stealing anything? Or did they just suspect him? Back room's fine. Unless, like, they have a record. I mean, like, people that have actually passed bad checks, yeah. But, like, people that are just suspected and no proof they've done anything, that's not right. And I just have a feeling, like I said, maybe it's an assumption because of this kid not taking anything. I mean, he didn't even do anything and they chased him down and shot him in the back. I just have a feeling some of those people that were on the wall of shame didn't deserve to be on the wall of shame.
Things like that happen.
I could be wrong.
But just stay away from that for the remainder of your testimony.
Okay.
All right.
And Your Honor, we agree that even though it's not stricken from the record, it cannot be argued as if it's part of evidence in the record at this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Of course you do, Marty. If they do something wrong, sure. But did all those people do something wrong? I have a feeling that this guy thinks a lot of people do things wrong when they don't. I don't think this kid did anything wrong. He had a gun.
All right,
That's the only thing he did wrong.
Just from, I guess, the media standpoint, I know we only have the one camera in here, but the clerk's office just got an email from a alleged concerned citizen in Washington, D.C., watching the trial, and says that, I don't know, the person is a lawyer, knows something about procedure, but said they were able to see one of the jurors on camera.
Didn't happen.
Okay, well, I just...
The deputies, probably the top of the deputy's head.
He said a blonde lady, and maybe they don't know whether the court reporter is a juror, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to address it and make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office.
And I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay, well, just, we have...
I'm very cautious.
I know you are, and, but I just want to make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office. It probably, or said a blonde hair with a pinkish outfit sitting close to the witness. So we're probably talking about the kids.
That's sure they know what I am.
That's an expert. Yeah. Just wanted to address it for the record, to be sure.
All right. I think that's circle.
Your Honor, we are ready.
Ready for cross? All right, Mr. Toll, bring in the jury, please.
Well, I just found out, that's what that phone call was. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So we're going to be late tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll be back. It's in the morning. So we're probably not going to start till, I don't know, probably around noon or 1. I'm going to try to get back by 12. But sometimes, because it's the oncologist, and sometimes I sit there forever waiting to be seen. So, it might be closer to 1, but I'm going to try to get back by 12.
Mr. Bryant, my name is Sean Kent. I do not believe we've ever met each other. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we never met.
And I'm going to go over a couple of rules so we can be on the same page as I'm asking you questions. Is that fair?
Okay.
And I do this with everybody. Just make sure we're both on the same page. Madam Court Reporter is taking on every single word that you are saying. You did a good job from the stage. But she cannot take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. So make sure you answer yes, no, and so on so she can get every word. Is that fair?
Okay.
2, she cannot take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me opportunity to ask my question, I'll give you opportunity to answer the question. Is that fair?
Okay.
And if at any point in time I speak way too fast, and I've been told I do that, and you do not understand my question, if you simply ask me to repeat it, I will repeat it so you can have it read again. Is that fair? If I can remember the question.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Do you prefer Mr. Bryant, Devontae? What do you want to be called? I'm going to give you a proper title.
Either or.
Okay. Is it fine if I call you Mr. Bryant?
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I want to go through first the testimony that you offered the state of South Carolina just a few moments ago. Do you remember what you testified to?
Yeah.
And I want to first start at the beginning part of your testimony that you were giving to the jury when they were asking you questions about the gun. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And when they were asking you questions about guns, they were asking you about the prevalence and the amount of guns in the community of children, 14-year-olds and so forth. Remember those questions?
Yeah.
And do you remember saying that it was basically normal that a lot of kids have guns?
Yeah.
And it is okay for them to have guns because it's a sign, a status or something of that nature, right?
I'm not saying okay, but
It's not okay, is it? It's not okay?
I didn't say that it was okay for a child to have a gun. I never said that.
And then let me follow that up with that question. It's not okay, is it?
I mean, it depends on what point you come from. I don't.
Please explain. What point would make it okay for somebody under the age of 15 to possess a firearm?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Well, you do know. You just said it depends. So let the jury know, based upon the questions from the state and your answer, when is it okay for someone under the age of 14 or a child to have a gun?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, everybody had their own viewpoint of it. That's why I say it depends.
And I'm asking your viewpoint, based upon your testimony, based upon what you've offered to this jury, when is it okay?
I mean, protection-wise, if you ask me.
Go on, please. I did ask you.
That's it.
What do you mean protection-wise?
Depending on the area you grew up in or the area you stay in, maybe.
And so when the state of South Carolina put you on the stand, they understood that you felt it was okay to break the law for protection.
Objection to the question.
I'm ready.
All right, Rick Chow.
It is your testimony that it is okay to break the law for protection purposes.
No, I'm not saying. I never once said that.
Okay, tell me what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't remember, but I didn't say that.
No, you just said it a few seconds ago, that it would be okay for protection purposes for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm. Is that what you just said?
That's what I said.
Is it legal for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm?
No.
So would it be breaking the law for a person under 14 to have a firearm?
Yes.
And so would your testimony not have just been, it is okay for someone under the age of 14 to break the law for protection? Isn't that your testimony?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I guess? Because that's what they put you up to justify and say it's okay. So is that your testimony still to this jury?
Objection to the question and the implication.
I'll allow it, but be careful.
I am. Did you understand my question?
No, sir.
Well, let's move on just a bit. We'll go back to that. Do you own a firearm?
No.
You don't have a firearm.
No.
Did you have a firearm that day
No.
in your vehicle?
No.
You have a child yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
3.
And I think one of them would be 14 years old right now.
Yeah.
You would not want him to have a firearm.
No.
You would instruct him not to have a firearm.
No.
You would not want him to have a firearm for protection of status or anything.
No.
No, he would think it would be wrong. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
It would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And you would not want your child in the community carrying a firearm.
No.
The solicitor's office asked you about your criminal record. You stand on the stand currently as a convicted felon.
Yeah.
And so you couldn't own a firearm anyway.
Yeah.
And so you stand over there convicted of 3 separate offenses.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure.
Not sure how many felonies you have?
No.
Were these all in Richland County?
Yeah.
And so were you prosecuted in this courthouse?
Yeah.
And so they are familiar with you?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked to officers on the scene, well, let's go through this. You actually gave 2 separate statements to officers. One on a body cam on scene, do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then separately you talked to another officer. Is that a fair statement? Like you sat down and met with an officer and gave an actual recorded interview. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to talk about the second interview first, because this was with a member of the Richland County Sheriff's Department who interviewed you.
They both were.
Okay? Both were Richland County officers.
Yeah.
They interviewed you, right?
Yeah.
They asked you what happened.
Yeah.
They asked your details.
Yeah.
They let you give the story.
Yeah.
And you gave them this story, and after you gave the story, do you remember one of the officers telling you, don't embellish, that doesn't fit the evidence?
Objection.
I don't know what that means.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
When you met with them, did they think you were exaggerating the story?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Speculation of what somebody else believes.
Sustained.
When you gave the story to law enforcement, what was your belief when you left, when you talked to them? Do you believe they believed your version?
Objection, Your Honor, to what he believes somebody else believes.
I wouldn't.
You're asking him to
That's fine,
determine
Judge.
what the officer believed.
When you gave your story to law enforcement, and I want to make it clear,
I
you
didn't like
told
this guy
law
when I saw him
enforcement
on that other show. I
that,
don't like him.
and I
now.
want to make sure it's good again. I want to make sure the testimony is good. At some point, you're saying the victim had his hands up?
Yeah.
Okay. And he shot when his hands were up? I just want to make sure. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No.
So explain it to me again so we can all understand.
When he was on the ground, like
Yes, sir.
after he fell from being shot, it's like he was trying to roll himself over. That's when his hands was up.
Now, there's no question he fell twice.
Yes, it is.
Your testimony is that he was shot the first time.
Which?
I'm asking, you tell me when he was shot, if he fell twice. Do you know exactly when he was shot?
You said if he fell twice after the second stumble. It wasn't 2 falling.
It wasn't 2 falls?
No.
Okay. And I guess I'm getting more confused, and you did it with the solicitor's office, but I need to know exactly what position he was in when he was shot. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were...
When you saying when he was shot, as in when he hit the ground?
No, when he was shot.
Like, oh, he was trying to stand completely up.
He was trying to stand completely up.
Yeah.
And I think when you were right here, you had him completely straight, correct?
What you mean, completely straight?
Was he standing completely up when he was shot, like this?
I mean, almost as if, yeah, almost.
And Mr. Chow, was he directly behind him?
No, not directly behind him.
This is not a good witness. He's got me all confused.
If you can come down again for me and just put your body in the position that you saw, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, the position you saw Cyrus in when he was shot. Does that make sense? I'll make sure you understand my question before you do. Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you come down from the stand and just show the jury the position the exact position his body was in when he was shot that you saw.
Yeah. So, like I said, he was almost like completely up. Like he was getting up like this. He wasn't here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, he was like here, but still trying to move and get up at the same time. You get what I'm saying?
I do, and I'm just confused because I thought with the solicitor's office you said he was straight up. So you're not saying he was
He's
straight
trying to get straight up. He's trying to get up like how I'm standing, like this. He's trying to get to this point, but he never could get to this point. He's still stumbling, trying to catch his movement. That's what's going on.
That's what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after he was shot, what happened from that position?
He fell. He fell completely again.
Right there?
Yeah.
Didn't move any further?
It's like maybe like a try to turn over type of thing, maybe.
So where the body came to rest is where he was shot?
I don't know where his body came to rest at. Because it was so many people gathered around him, I couldn't see exactly nothing. All I could see is like legs and feet, and you know the older lady's son was on their knees and all of that. I couldn't really exactly see him. Like I'm looking at this desk right here,
yes,
I couldn't literally just see everything. I see everybody huddled around him.
Okay, go ahead back up there. Thank you. Now I want to go backwards to the body cam footage. You remember you said on the side of the road you talked to the officers while they were there?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the officer on the body
Why is that
footage
little rope
that
there?
you watched
You
the
think they're gonna run
shot
away
through your
with
car
that
mirror, through your
little rope
rearview mirror?
No.
You do not remember that?
No.
And if I was to find testimony or anything you would dispute saying that to anyone that
I don't remember that.
is it possible you could have said that?
I don't remember that at all.
And you had mentioned that when you were driving by the scene, you were going at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
And if there was video of your car not going at a slow pace, would you disagree with that?
Yeah.
And so, how fast would you say you would have been going?
I don't know.
I need you to guesstimate because you said you were tracking them. So how fast you were? 1 mile, 2 mile?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't think I'd be looking at my speedometer if 3 men were running down the road in front of me and one of them had a gun.
You had mentioned in your testimony that you did not see anyone throw anything. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you said you saw the book bag laying directly on the ground?
Yeah.
And it just had fallen?
When he fell, the book bag fell. The first time.
Immediately at the same spot?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I wouldn't say the same spot. I can't remember exactly where, but I wouldn't say the same spot. I think it kind of fell down, so I can't really remember.
Well, you testified to it, and so that's why I want to make sure. You testified on direct that it fell right there. So if you want to correct that now, please.
I mean, can you explain what right there is? It could be here, it could be there. You're saying right there. I don't know what right there is.
Well, I need to know because that was your testimony. Where did the book bag fall?
On the ground.
Where?
I mean, I have to look or something. I can't just say where exactly it was on the ground.
You saw the book bag?
Yeah.
You saw the book bag on the ground?
Yeah.
It was not down a hill in some grassy area. You personally saw it?
Yeah, it was on the ground.
Okay. In your testimony, you personally saw the shoe come on?
Yeah.
Beg your court's involved for 1 moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you are not testifying, I want to make sure I'm clear on this, you are not testifying today that the young man was shot while he was on the ground.
No.
Have you ever before, under oath, any testimony ever testified that he was shot on the ground?
Testify. It was my first time testifying.
Yeah. Have you ever given any statements or anything to suggest that he was on the ground?
I believe so, I think.
You believe so? You have actually before to law enforcement said he was on the ground when he was shot?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, so much going on at one time. You know, like right after the incident, I'm calling my mom. So much going on. The social media thing going on. So much going on at one time.
So much going on. So much stuff in our heads. So much to pay attention to, and then time to figure out a different story.
No, not a different story.
Well, originally you have told law enforcement that he was on the ground when he was shot, correct?
Okay.
Not okay.
Yeah.
And we now realize that's not possible, correct?
Yeah.
Are
And
you
you know that's not
testifying or asking questions?
Correct?
Yeah.
And now today you're telling something a little different, correct?
Not just today, when I spoke with him too.
When you spoke with who?
Officer.
But you understand, we always want to try to get someone's statement as close to the event as possible, right? Because we want to get as accurate as possible. Is that a fair statement?
No.
You don't want to get someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
I mean, yeah, but that's not fair because, no.
That's not fair. We don't want to know accurate. We don't want someone to plan. We don't want someone to think of something. Don't you want someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
No.
No? Why
I
not?
don't think he understands the question.
I mean, why not?
I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, it shouldn't matter. If something happens, something happens. It don't matter when you ask them.
You got that exactly right. It shouldn't matter. When something happens, it should stay consistent. Is that a fair statement?
That's not what I just said.
So tell me what you said.
I just said when something happens. I never said nothing about being consistent or anything. I didn't say that.
Okay. So should someone's story change?
No.
No. That's what consistent means. So it should be consistent from one time to the next. Is that fair?
I mean, you said that, yeah.
You don't think a story should be consistent?
Yeah, story is consistent.
A story is consistent.
Should be, yeah.
Should be consistent. So at one point you told a story that he was shot directly on the ground, and then today you're saying he wasn't. You agree that's not consistent?
Yeah, but I think there was a misunderstanding because I don't think the officer was really understanding what I was saying. So I think he kind of misunderstood my explanation. That's what I think.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
And a few minutes ago, I asked you, you specifically stated that you said he was on the ground when he was shot, and there was a bunch going on in your head, and you were incorrect.
No, I didn't say that. I said the women was around him on the ground as I was passing back by the scene. So
a
I
moment
couldn't
ago, when
see.
I directly asked you about telling an officer or giving a statement that you said originally that he was on the ground when he got shot. That's what I asked you.
Yeah, but you just asked me something totally different pertaining. You didn't ask me the same thing.
What?
What you asked me prior to the question that you just asked me.
Do you remember, let's make it very simple. Do you remember at some point in time telling an officer, anybody, that Cyrus was on the ground when he got shot?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a confusion, that's not a trick question, that's a yes.
Yeah.
Today, you're saying that's different, correct?
Yeah.
You have met with law enforcement, solicitors, everybody in between those two times, yes?
Yeah.
And we realize the first thing that you said about shot on the ground is not possible.
No.
Take the court control.
Yes, sir.
He still was not in a position that it would be self-defense or in defense of someone else. If you're running away and you've just fallen and you're getting up and trying to get your footing, you're not threatening anyone. So straight up, bent over, on the
A
ground,
moment ago, I was
doesn't
asking
matter.
you if there would be any video or anything of that nature of your car going at a fast level, and you said there would not be. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And you do recognize your car?
Yeah.
And you know what it looks like? What type of car is it?
Honda Accord.
guy is a horrible witness.
Just don't bring it to jury, please, sir.
I'll find it with it. Yes, sir. You would have been looking at. You would have been looking.
Come on.
Mr. Brown, I promise you, I'm almost done. When we took a break, I was asking you about your car. You remember things of that nature?
Yeah.
And the direction of travel.
Yeah.
The speed your car would have been going.
Yeah.
And what direction you would have been looking at the shooting.
Yeah.
Is that all? Do you remember all of that?
Yeah.
And then there was a question if you remember the speed and things of that nature, and I talked to you about a potential video.
Yeah.
Well, I was able to show you a video. Would it help refresh your memory as to what your car was actually doing that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, I would ask one of the lawyers from our table to show the video just to him.
Okay.
And now, what we're going to do is we're going to show you two videos. I don't want you to talk about them. I don't want you to say anything about them. Just watch the two videos that I'm going to show you. Is that a fair
Okay.
statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Scott's going to come up there as well. Look at what you watch.
Sean, do you want me to play both?
Both of them. Right? Both of them. Just let me know if they both after they both complete. Make sure no one on this.
I know. I'm trying to. Right, let me restart this one. Did you see that whole one?
Yeah.
Devontae, have you now seen both of the videos?
Yeah.
And a little louder, so make sure she can. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And the videos, that's your car in the video?
Yeah.
And that car shows the direction you're traveling,
Yeah.
and it shows the speed you're traveling,
Yeah.
and you are the only one inside of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And that car shows both directions that you're driving.
Yeah. It goes the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different angles.
Yeah.
Okay? And one of the videos shows your car in one position that will be an opposite side of the shooting. Is that a fair statement? Going past the shooting.
No, can you explain that to me, brother?
How about you explain it so I'm not the one asking the bad questions? What did the video show you?
It showed me going up Spring Tree.
Okay, away from the shooting.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. Not really away from it, but it's still like right there. I mean, that's the entrance of the apartments.
And the interests of the apartments are past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that's what we see as your car going past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would go along with the question which I asked you from the body cam, that you said on scene, I was looking at it through my rear view.
No.
Okay. But you do remember that question
Which one?
about looking at it through your rear view?
No.
You don't remember me asking you that question earlier?
No.
You don't remember me asking you a question about what happened on the scene and you telling an officer that you had looked at it through your rear view?
I don't remember that.
But you remember that question?
Yeah.
And you understand what I'm saying about that video that shows your car past the scene, right?
Yeah.
And that would make sense that you're looking at it through the rear view mirror.
No.
Okay. And two, the other thing that we're showing is you're not going 1 or 2 miles an hour in that video. Would you agree with that?
Well, the first one, it looks like it, yeah.
Is your position that the video that we showed you were going 1 or 2 miles an hour?
I wouldn't say 1 or 2 miles per hour, but very slow, yes.
Very slow. What is your definition of very slow?
I mean, it's just exactly what I said.
What speed limit would be very slow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I need to know because that's a big deal. How fast you were going there.
I would just be guessing. I don't have a direct answer, like a direct speed limit answer. I don't know.
And I just showed you a video showing you how fast you were going. That refreshed your memory. You
Yeah.
say from that video you can't tell how fast you were going?
No.
Asked, objection, asked and answered, Your Honor. Several times, sustained.
Thank you, Honor. That's all questions I have for you.
All right. Be direct.
Devontae, do you know where those camera angles, where they were from?
Those look like the apartments he tried to make it to.
Okay. So your testimony, from what I remember, was that you were driving. At some point, you do pass the scene where Cyrus came.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And is it your testimony that at some point after you drove past, you were still looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, looking over my shoulder. Yeah.
Okay. And I think your testimony is you turned around and went back out.
Yeah, when I got a little bit past what he showed me, I turned around in the middle of the road.
Okay. But did you almost stop in those videos they just showed you?
Yeah, that's how slow I was going.
Okay. Now, one more time. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're watching, and do you remember the video that we had, I think it might be 24 or 21, where it shows Cyrus running, the shoe comes off?
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yeah.
All right, and you saw your car in that video?
Yeah.
Okay. And does that depict how close in relation you were to Cyrus and the two Chows?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you continued up the road?
Yeah.
When Cyrus hit the curb and fell to the ground, how did you describe that fall?
Hard, real hard.
All right. Is this or is this not an accurate depiction of what you were explaining? As he's getting up, he doesn't fully make it upright. He's still, is this accurate?
Yeah, he's
to some degree?
yeah, he's trying to stand up right, but he's still moving too
And
fast.
he's still moving forward, trying to get his balance.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from that.
And then he falls for the last and final time.
For being shot, yeah.
Okay. And how do you know this?
I seen it.
Thank you, John.
Anything on Rick Chow? Yes, sir.
Will not take long. When, based upon the solicitor's questions, on the scene, you specifically told the officer, do you remember, that Cyrus was facing him when he got shot?
No.
You do not remember saying that?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Okay.
Well, he has a history, a criminal history. If any of it's drug related, he probably burned up a few brain cells.
Yes.
on. What time is it? I guess we go a little bit longer because we're gonna start late tomorrow. We'll go a little bit longer today.
Gregory Walker.
May I please court?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. How are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. So I just want to introduce you to the jury for a little bit. So could you tell us where you work?
Columbia Fire Department.
How long have you been with the firefighting department?
26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
What's your current position?
Battalion chief.
How long does it take you to get to that position?
Depends on how you hit it. If you hit the promotional right, you can get it. Well, some guys making it 15 years.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a minute. to
Yeah,
get
pretty much, yeah.
It's not they just hand it to you when you walk in the door?
Nah, you don't get it. No battlefield promotion.
So, do you live in Columbia?
Yes, I do.
Did
How
he
long
say
have you lived here?
battlefield promotion?
27 years.
27? Born and raised or no?
No, I'm originally from Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, Birmingham, yeah.
So you're a Crimson Tide fan?
No, I'm a Florida Gator.
That's a good
Oh,
man.
yes! I like him.
All right, so when we're talking about May 28th, 2023, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, where were you working? Like either were you on the road, were you at a station?
I responded from my station, which is North Main, off of North Main. Yes.
Do you know roughly ballpark it, how far that is from where this happened?
I don't know the exact mileage, but it's not right off of them.
Okay. How about whenever you were notified that something had happened, how long did it take you to get to the location?
Roughly 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, so you're there pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get there, what do you see? Can you kind of describe what you see look like?
I get there, my guy was on scene, I think EMS and the Richland County cop. The crowd was getting kind of big around there. So as I always do, I get out my battalion, make sure the scene is secure. I talk to the captain that was on scene, ask what he needed. And then I always try to talk to people that's around if I can gather as much information as we can.
When you say your guys are on scene, do you mean an engine?
Engine company.
How many guys are in an engine?
4.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys respond to these kind of calls all
Yes.
the time? Okay.
Yes, we do.
So when you get on scene, you see your guys, do you see any other emergency personnel?
Yes, EMS is on scene.
Okay. Or deputies, officers
Yes.
on scene too?
Yeah, deputies on scene.
Are there a bunch of lay witnesses around or lay individuals, regular
Yes.
people?
Regular people, and
Yeah.
EMS in Richland
Okay.
County.
So you talk to your guys?
Right.
And then you kind of mill around, and do you talk to anybody else?
Yes, I did. You talking about on that day?
Yeah.
Yes, when I got finished talking to my guys, I seen another guy that was standing back. I asked him, do you know what happened? And,
And don't tell me what he said.
Okay.
Okay. Without getting into anything that he actually said to you, did anybody on scene, your guys, this guy, whomever, tell you about a gun being involved some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody say that the victim, Cyrus, had pointed a gun?
No.
Did anybody say that the victim was carrying a gun?
Where was it?
Did anybody say if the victim was carrying a gun?
No.
Okay. Do you know who you were speaking to that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you say who it was?
I don't know his name. I think it was the son of the store owner.
Who's Mr. Andy Chow?
Yes, it was his son.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir. So I did not.
The scene was pretty chaotic when you got there, didn't you, Greg?
Yes, sir.
And there were a lot of people there gathering at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you didn't actually conduct an interview or interrogation with anybody, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And of course, the state asked you about whether or not anybody had said anything about a gun. That was their first question to you?
Yes.
Actually, somebody did say something about a gun, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And the person you were talking to, I think you identified as the son,
Yes.
said that he told his father that Mr. Cormac Belton had a gun.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, the rest?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state called Ryan Metz.
Do you affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last name.
Brian Metz, B-R-I-A-N-M-E,
Investigator Metz, where do you work?
at the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Next month will be 44 years.
It's a long time. And what is your current job there?
I'm an investigator in the digital forensic unit, which is part of the criminal investigative division.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that unit since 2007.
Almost 20 years?
Yes.
And prior to that, what were some other positions you had at the Sheriff's Department?
Like most officers, started as a uniform patrol officer. From there, went to several different teams that worked out of investigations, uniform teams at that point. Went to be the resident deputy in the Dutch Fort Valentine area for about 8 years, where I pretty much did everything, worked from home and did everything law enforcement wise. And then have been in investigations since 99, I believe, 1999.
And what are some of your duties as a digital forensic examiner?
The digital forensic unit covers mainly cell phones now. When I first started, we did computers, we did cell phones, which were just coming about, especially the smartphones were just coming about. Also installing cameras and other GPSs and type work like that. And then currently we're kind of split where we have several people that do all the cell phones, and I do just about all of the video. If I'm available, then I do the video and DVRs.
And as part of your role to participate and assist in criminal investigations when asked?
Yes.
And in your career, I guess, as a patrol deputy, a investigator in the criminal investigations unit, and now in the digital forensics unit, have you been asked to collect and download surveillance videos for crimes like murders, robberies, shootings, shopliftings, thefts, and other crimes?
I have.
And you said, compared to when you first started the Sheriff's Department, technology has kind of changed. Has video evidence become a more common and important type of evidence in investigations?
It has. Most major investigations have video involved somehow or another. Most minor investigations have video involved somehow or another. You have a lot of the video that I don't have to deal with because it's automated through license plate cameras and stuff like that the investigators or the Intel division can access through databases. But then a lot of what we have is video that's in stores, people's houses that they don't know how to download, or they've forgotten the passcode or something like that. So just about the vast majority of our cases have something to do with video.
So you mentioned license plate readers. Did that exist, that type of technology exist when you first started?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so in your role, have you had to learn and become familiar with advances and updates in digital technology?
Yes, ma'am. It's constantly changing. You have to keep up.
Okay. And back in 2023, or May 2023, did you work as a digital forensics examiner?
I did.
Okay. And regarding this specific case, were you involved in collecting surveillance video equipment and other storage equipment from the Shell gas station and downloading videos from them?
I was.
Okay. And did you do a report to document your involvement?
I did.
Did you also take pictures to document your involvement?
I did.
And as part of your job, do you commonly go to like stores, gas stations, retail stores, and other types of places to collect surveillance videos?
I do.
And when you go to these different locations to collect videos for these criminal investigations, typically do you work with the investigator or the deputy involved to kind of learn some information about the case and what video footage to collect and time frames?
My main involvement is they're supposed to give me a time frame that they want. On occasions, it'll be an object that they're looking for, you know, a blue car or something like that, something specific. But I usually need the date and time that they're looking for.
On May 30th, 2023, did you respond to the Shell gas station?
I did.
And that would have been 2 days after the shooting?
That's correct.
And by that date, had Rick Chow already been arrested on May 29th?
I believe so.
And when you got involved in this case, were you aware that this was a murder case stemming out of the Chow's allegations that the victim shot liquid water from the store?
I was.
And were you aware that another Sheriff's Department digital examiner, John Burkhardt, had downloaded some videos from the store the night of the shooting?
I was.
And were you able to access and review the videos that he downloaded?
Not at that time. I did later.
Okay, but at some point,
At some
today. Okay. Did you later go to the store and collect additional surveillance and storage equipment and some computers?
I did.
Or after Burkhardt did?
After Burkhardt, that's correct.
And when you went, were there other investigators with you in the store that day?
There were.
About how many other investigators were with you?
At least 3 that I recall.
And when you entered the store, where in the store was the video equipment located?
In the office.
Okay. And was that in the back of the store?
Back of the store, yes.
And did you take pictures of kind of how the office looked and the video equipment when you first entered it?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 57, well 58 and 59 first, and you tell me if you recognize some of these pictures.
Of course he is.
I did.
Stupid.
Okay, and did you take those pictures?
I did.
Okay, what's shown in those pictures?
The first picture is the information screen from the system that was on the computer in the store. The other picture is a screenshot of the monitor showing the different views that were available.
Okay, and showing you 57, do you recognize what's shown in this?
I do.
Okay, what's shown?
So that's several of the computers that were in the store and the 6 servers that were in the store.
Your Honor, the state requests to enter number 57 through 59 into evidence.
Without objection.
That be admitted as states in 78, 59 without objection.
So let's look at state number 57. Okay. Now, this picture was not taken at the Shell station the day that you went, correct?
That's correct.
But does this picture show the equipment that you collected from the store?
It does.
Okay. And can you describe what types of equipment is shown in this State 57?
So basically, the 4 items to our left are computer systems, Windows-based computer systems. The other items, the 6 items stacked one on top of each other, are storage systems, currently referred to as RAID systems, that were in store.
Okay, those 2 things at the top, what are those?
Those both appeared to be the network switches.
Were those been the NVRs or?
Well, the first one, there's a network switch, and the other one, so on the top row, the kind of one to the left, that's a network switch. That could be, that might be the back end to one of the DVRs, the NVRs.
Okay.
And then the other one is definitely an NVR.
Okay, so focusing on the 6 servers stacked up, what are servers usually used for?
For data storage.
Okay. Like video data storage?
It can be, yes.
All right. And on the day that you went to the store office, you know, was the equipment like organized like this? Describe how the equipment was laid out in the office when you went.
So the servers were on a shelf that was off to one side. The computers were, a couple of them were on the desk, one of them was on the floor under some paperwork. The DVRs were actually on the other side of the room, but they were hooked in through a network cable somewhere.
Were there a lot of wires and cords attached to these things?
Going everywhere.
You said what?
They were going everywhere.
Okay. And did the investigators at the scene transport these items back to Richland County headquarters?
They did. They were transported back for evidence.
And can you describe like how y'all transported this video equipment back?
I don't recall if they had Tahoes or Ford Explorers, but they were SUVs. As I would turn things off and get them disconnected, then I would hand it out to them, and they were loading them into the trucks so that they could all take them back to the office.
Did it fit in like the back seat and one of the cars, the front? Like how much space did it take up?
It pretty much takes up a full size Explorer, or medium size, whatever it is, Explorer.
And when you analyzed this equipment, when you got back to your office, were some of those servers and devices used to store surveillance videos recorded from Rick Chow's cameras?
Yes, I was able to get video from the 2 NVRs.
Okay. Now, were you able to gain access and download videos from all of those servers in this picture?
I was not.
And why weren't you able to do that?
I did not have the correct passwords.
Okay. And what were the names of the, I guess, systems that you were actually able to access and download videos from?
So there's the Hikvision NVR and the Dalhua NVR.
And were you able to download and access videos from those 2 devices?
I was.
Okay, and why were you able to do that?
I was able to get access into them, and they're NVRs is another name for a DVR that is networkable, and so if you could get access, then you could download from a DVR.
Were any of them password protected? Would you like to see your report to refresh your memory?
I better look at that.
Okay.
So I was given one passcode that worked several items, but did not work the other items that I tried to get into. And I believe one of those DVRs had a swipe passcode, but I was able to get access into both of them.
Okay. And where did you get that password from?
It was sent to me through supervisors at the department who I told them, requested that some contact be made to get those.
And that contact would have been made with someone in the Chow family?
I really don't
Or
know.
associated.
It was my understanding may have been with the attorneys that were representing the child.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't understand what you said.
You said,
So I don't know exactly where they came from. I requested them, I was giving them back, and it was my understanding that it may have been from attorneys speaking to the child family is where we got them.
so, let's look at State 58. All right, and, what is this?
So while I was in the storm before
anything yet.
or it was actually later, I brought up that was the one computer that I could get into that held the Blue Iris software. So that is a sheet that gives you the information on what version and that type thing. So I made a record of that by taking the picture.
And that says that this Blue Iris security software was registered to Rick Chow?
That's correct.
Okay. And is Blue Iris software designed as like a video surveillance management system?
It is.
Okay. And are you familiar from your experience in dealing with different types of video surveillance systems and downloading videos, are you familiar with some of the features of the Blue Iris software, the Hua and the Hikvision MVRs that you?
I am, and depending on the cost and how high line it is, there's a lot of different variety in what you can get.
Not yet.
Okay, so let's just talk about some of the general features of these things. Do these camera systems have the ability to customize or add features?
Some do, yes.
Okay. Do they only allow you to operate one camera through the system, or can you have multiple?
Just says it's the search is
multiple
still
cameras.
ongoing.
Okay. Can you have like an audio feature in these types of camera systems? Audio, like, do they record audio in some of these video systems?
I'm not hearing what you're saying, man.
Do these video systems record audio in the video?
Some do, yes, and that's usually, you'll have the option to either hook a microphone, or a lot of times that comes off a camera that has a microphone to it, and then you can select and have it come through, and it's usually only done on one channel.
Okay. And do these camera systems, can they offer some type of remote access?
Most do, yes.
And does that mean that you don't have to be in the actual store or on one computer to access the videos and stuff?
That's correct.
Do these camera systems have the ability to have remote access through like a cell phone too?
Yes, most manufacturers will have an app that you can download and then access it through that app.
What about the ability of the camera system to take screenshots and save them?
A lot of the systems, even the basic DVRs, you can select a screenshot of the video that you're looking at, and on some of the higher line ones, it's able to download it and put it to a computer that you're using.
And speaking of these, customizable features that you talked about and the added features, can you add any facial recognition features to these cameras?
You can on many of the systems nowadays.
Okay, so let's look at 59. All right, can you bring me a little bit? Okay. So looking at 59, did you take this photo while you were inside the child store?
I did.
Okay, and are all the cameras on this screen maintained through the Blue Iris software system?
They are.
And is each camera angle labeled by different names?
They are.
Okay, and do these angles show either inside or outside the store?
They do.
Okay. And at the bottom right, it says May 30th, 2023.
That's right.
All right. Looking at that, I guess, let's see. If you look at like the different screens, do you see some of them have like little bells on them?
I do. You talking about the...
It's like a little bell symbol.
Yes, I can see those on several of them.
Okay. Now, When you went back to your office to analyze this particular or software or video cameras associated with the Blue Iris software cameras, were you able to download any videos from those particular cameras?
I was not.
Okay. And were you looking for, what date were you looking for videos from?
From the date of the incident.
But you couldn't find it?
I did not.
Okay. So were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from other locations around the area?
I was.
And were those locations Springtree Apartments and like Greenbrier Apartments?
That's correct.
And where are those apartments located in relation to the gas station in Springtree Drive?
So Willow Oaks is the road that runs beside the gas station. If you go down there, the first place on your left is Springtree, and then all the way at the end of that road is the entrance, guard shack and all, to Willow Oaks, and then there's a back gate about halfway down there.
And why did you decide to collect videos from those specific locations?
You don't know what you have until you go and look at it and collect it. So with both of those, there was a possibility that the cameras had shown the incident occurring on the roadway.
Okay, and after you reviewed those videos, did they show any of the chase down the street or the shooting?
I could not see that. I could see cars moving and stuff, but the one from Springtree is kind of blocked by a hill and trees. The one from the guard shack at Greenbrier is blocked by the hill in that roadway. And then there's a separate camera on a pole by the back gate. And of course, they're interested in people coming to the back gate, so that camera's turned down too low.
So earlier, you talked about as part of your job and your kind of just 44 years
That's right.
at Richland County, as law enforcement, you've collected videos from multiple different types of stores and other gas stations?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at state number 57. Okay, so how would you compare the amount of video surveillance systems, the amount of storage servers that the Chow has in their stores compared to other stores that you've been to?
An objection, give me a foundation to establish that he has that information, or the ability to make it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So the DVR systems, it's not unusual to see more than one in the store. It's not unusual to see DVR systems that are built into computer systems. What I found unusual was the amount of storage. That's way more storage than I've ever seen at any convenience store or house or anything like that.
Okay, and those 6 servers that are stacked up, those like little individual slots, what are those?
Those are hard drive things.
Okay, and based on your review of those servers, like how would you estimate how much storage that they had?
If I remember correctly, they each had a 20 terabyte hard drive. So you're looking at 120 terabytes for each box.
For each one of like the big boxes is 120?
I believe that's what they were.
Okay, so it would be estimating 120 times 6?
Yes.
Is the amount of storage? Okay.
Hey, Robbie, welcome back.
And is there like an analogy of like something that's close to that amount of storage that's like?
Actually, ma'am, the figures on that. So you've got 12, not 6 in each box at times 20.
So you said what?
So you have 20 terabyte times 12.
Okay. And like, apps and stuff like that, like I guess computer storages, like do they usually have this much storage?
They do not.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with digital equipment, would you describe the types of equipment that the Chows had in their store as low quality or inexpensive?
It would be expensive.
Is it expensive?
Yes.
Okay. Like $200 expensive?
No.
Or what?
I have not priced the Synology. That's a brand name on those storage boxes.
No, I have no idea if we rejected this on the grounds of relevance. This is very interesting, and a question of the foundation, but it is irrelevant.
Those were-
Okay, go ahead.
Just the hard drives nowadays would be very expensive. Hard drives have gone up tremendously. At that time, you were probably looking at several $100s per hard drive. Boxes like that are, I would be safe to say, in excess of $5,000 a piece. The one that I have in my office is nowhere near as robust as that. And it's at least that much.
So it's fair to say they made a large investment in their security and storage equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So you said earlier, as a digital forensic examiner, you have to learn about advances in technology, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with facial recognition software technology?
To some degree.
Okay, can you just generally explain what your knowledge of that is?
So facial recognition basically uses biometric points on a person's face. It's science type thing where you pick out so many points that are in the same place. It then basically makes a mathematical algorithm out of it. And then with the newer DVRs and cameras, there are actually some cameras that will do the facial recognition itself, but you can compare that to a known picture and it can tell you whether it's the same person, or it will give you a probability rating as to whether it's the same person.
Is facial recognition a method that law enforcement can use to identify people?
It is.
And typically, to use facial recognition technology, you have to have a photo of that person's face, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can that photo come from a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video?
It can.
All right. And are you aware of Richland County Sheriff's Department investigators using screenshots from surveillance videos to identify potential suspects through facial recognition?
I am. We have an intel unit in the investigative division, and they usually handle that, but they also have software to do it with, where they can take pictures from a lot of different places and use it to compare.
And are surveillance videos a useful tool and source of evidence that can assist in criminal investigations?
They are.
Okay. And even in non-criminal investigations, let's say like a missing person investigation, are you aware of surveillance videos being used in that context?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you kind of mentioned this earlier, but surveillance videos can show people. They can even show cars of interest, right?
So yeah, most of the systems that do any type of recognition can be set so that it will recognize whether it's a person that it's seeing, whether it's a car that it's seeing, whether it's a small animal, dog, cat, something like that.
Have you personally ever been asked by an investigator at the Sheriff's Department to take a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video for a criminal investigation?
I have.
Can surveillance videos help identify potential suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos also be used to eliminate people as suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos be used to prove that someone did not commit a crime?
It can.
Now, in the videos that you downloaded from the Hikvision and Alphabet DVR systems, were there approximately 5 different camera angles captured in those videos?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those captured angles from both inside and outside stores?
Correct.
And were those videos in color?
They were.
All right. And when you reviewed those videos, did you see any videos that showed the victim inside the store?
I did.
Okay. And how well were you able to see the victim's face in those videos?
It was pretty clear. It's very clear video, actually.
So looking at a still shot from state number 3, And that's from a video that you downloaded.
Robbie, you missed the good
looking at the
witnesses.
victims can't
This
see
one's
all that.
boring. You're gonna have to go back and watch
All
the
right,
other
so you're able to
witnesses.
zoom
They
in.
were good.
Looking at his pant leg, are you able to tell what that symbol is?
It appears to me to be the Nike swoosh.
Okay, and that came from a video downloaded from the child's video surveillance system.
That's correct.
So still looking at this still shot, that green box on the victim's face, what does that appear to be?
The green box is what's known as a boundary box, and that's what the system is doing to focus in on what it's looking for or what it sees and recognizes as either, if it was a person, that boundary box would probably be, head to toe or somewhere about there. And so it appears to me that it's looking at the face. I don't know how accurate it is or anything like that.
And what other types of technology have you seen those green boxes show up on videos?
I've seen it on a lot of different DVRs and NVRs.
What about facial recognition?
Yes.
So look at 59, or actually 57. So looking at these Stage 59 with the camera screens that you already testified about, when you looked at this picture before, how many different camera angles did the defendant Rick Chow have set up in his store solely maintained from just the Blue Iris camera system?
I believe they're 39.
39? Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You can step down. All right, solicitor, what you got next?
We have one.
I just did, how long?
Fairly short, I think.
Okay. All right, well, let's try to get that one into one. All right, next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Matthew Dooley, Michael Dooley.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony you shall give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for your seat. The witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name is spelled Dooley.
May I please report?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Did you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Yeah, those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the road.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive?
Very.
Okay. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton. in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense.
Yeah, I think
our
this guy's
clarifications
got a
state
problem.
7-4-81.
Yeah, I haven't been following that case. Brandon Tatum, Officer Tatum, he's been doing videos on it, but I haven't been watching them. I have thought about looking into it, though. Good Lord, can these people just ask questions and quit having little meetings off to the side?
Without showing them to the jury, could you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They are not.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection, Your Honor.
Article of the United States, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Dooley,
What is that round thing in front of them? Is that a microphone? A weird looking microphone. But
Courtroom buildings, Your Honor.
what is that?
Hi, Mr. Dooley, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
Okay. And there was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 70?
Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm thinking.
75, sorry, 75 minutes. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected
Oh, that looks
from
so
the
tiny.
autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And
What size is that shoe?
yeah.
It's so small.
And is that the same item, just a different angle?
That's correct.
And can you show 77? Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I tell you correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Could you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Court's indulgence? While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Would you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes. It states 80 and 81. Stop showing those to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and states 81 and 80 into evidence.
You objection? Well, Your Honor, our objection is that he's not going to be questioned about what it is. If they want to introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And so I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony.
Well, you guys have testified.
And Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
It will be admitted as states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And could show you. Is that the same thing that you noticed in the victim's back, just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence. When you were there, did you observe any diagrams for the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
Okay. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an x-ray performed on the victim.
Would you recognize a photo of that if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked by State's Exhibit 79.
And Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take. It's a photograph he saw. He can't.
I don't think he's testified to that yet.
That was the question. Oh, I thought, okay. I'll remain standing.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the x-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
My objection is, he didn't take it. He saw it at the autopsy. That's for the
You
pathologist.
said he took a photo of.
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point, Your Honor.
He saw it. Didn't get him the photo overall.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what I've handed you, does it look substantially similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, this time, the state would offer State 79 evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79, subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the x-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with worth mark for identification purposes that states Exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you who collected it from the coroner?
Yes.
Courtroom witness. Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from the coroner's to Richmond County?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 evidence only for identification purposes and projectile.
No objection, Your Honor. Being that it states 9 without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Mr. Dooley, did you go to the, I'm not clear on this, when I've been clear to the jury, I'm having a little trouble hearing you at my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
Okay. But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you've said, to just take some photographs, collect some evidentiary items, is that right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs, though we don't have them, you have them, I assume, of a backpack?
If I may reference, make sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or
Did not.
photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
with a picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
All right. Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Find any money? Nothing?
I did not.
Do you have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
These long pants and shorts?
He had both.
Okay, had both of them. Did you find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
In the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
Okay, we have Exhibit 75, which has been admitted. That's that's the side view of the shoe, I guess.
Yes.
And we've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe.
That would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight, but okay. You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So, of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings, no cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over here, Rex?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. We will, let's get back ready to go at 2 o'clock. And again, don't discuss the case with one another or do any research or anything of that nature. And enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock.
Everyone remain seated. There's two release.
Mr. Swerve, I want to talk about schedule moving forward. Yeah, well,
No, I don't have it. I just want to see whether or not we need to bring anybody in at this point. Okay? You're going to finish today, tomorrow, and
We
Monday?
should finish today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. We should finish today. We'll have witnesses ready for tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right, y'all enjoy your lunch.
Okay. So, we're done for the day. Tomorrow we're going to start later because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. So thank you guys for coming out. And hopefully this is not going to be a long trial because it looks like the defense is going to, the state is going to be done. We're on day 2 and they're breaking for lunch and it looks like the state's going to be done today. So we should be starting tomorrow. Well, we're not going to be doing it as long tomorrow. So I don't know if we'll get to the defense case tomorrow or not, but it might be Monday before we get to the defense case. But so I enjoyed the eyewitness testimony on this one. I'm flummoxed as to why the verdict was what it was. Some of you know it. Some of you probably have guessed it from my reactions. I don't get it. But I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon sometime. So, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Love y'all. Have a great evening.